I bring the meeting to order at 6:02. In-person, let's see, I'm not going to do that. Public comment on closed session agenda items. The closed session agenda items are public employee discipline, dismissal, release, complaint, Government Code 54957, Special Ed Director, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Complaint, Government Code 54957, Assistant Principal at Bridgepoint Crossroads, 2.3, Conference with Legal Counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9. There are two cases. 2.4, Conference with Labor Negotiators, Government Code 54957.6, Subdivision A, Employer Organization, CSEA, and NTA. Are there any public comments on closed session items?
There are no public comment on closed session items.
Thank you. I dismiss to closed session. Thank you. We'll go now.
Marty, I did it!
Let's do it.
I'm gonna let you in on some secrets.
Oh!
Always leave them wanting more.
Today we're learning science, math, Spanish, stars.
Slow.
So let's break down what makes them so important.
Let's try an experiment.
What do you see?
Don't overthink it. What if I
Testing. Testing.
Toya, you unmuted me. Can you hear me okay?
Okay, good evening. Thank you for waiting. While we finished up closed session, there is nothing to report tonight. So moving on to reconvening to open session. If you have any additional, if there are any additional speaker cards, if you could please bring those forward at this time, that would be terrific. If we have more than 13 comment cards on the agenda, for either agenda or non-agendized items combined, we'll need to reduce the amount of time for each speaker. So tonight, since we have 16 cards, we will be reducing it to 2 minutes with board's approval to adjust to 2 minutes tonight for public comment. Any hesitation? Any ayes? Okay. So we will be limiting public comment to 2 minutes per speaker card. And we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, so please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please sit. Meeting practices and information as a reminder of on the dais and in the room. We will keep our focus on the best interests of our students. We will work toward the future, learning from the past. We will stay focused on our goals and avoid getting sidetracked. We will build upon the ideas of others and look for common ground. We will paraphrase for understanding. When we have a difference of opinion, we will debate the facts of the situation and avoid personal criticism. We will address processes, not persons. We will respect differences, and we will never dismiss or devalue others. Approval of the agenda. Are there any items that need to be pulled tonight? Okay. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
A motion to approve the agenda.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. And please vote. Thank you. All right, Joy Lee is absent today. She is out of the country, and so she will not be here tonight. All right, thank you. 5 ayes. All right, moving on to employee organizations, NTA. CSEA. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you, Cher. I thought you were out of the room. It is her time.
All right. Good evening, Board President, Superintendent, and Executive Cabinet and Board members. Today's a big day. It's my last board meeting. My time as NTA President is coming to an end. I have 5 more days. Let's see, I started as a site rep, did that for 2-3 years, then an elementary director, then vice president, and then president for 2 years, and I can say I have absolutely enjoyed the work, every minute of it. I know we haven't always agreed, but I thank all of you. And I thank all of my NTA members. So I'll make it quick. In regards to negotiations, I was getting fancy on my last meeting. I don't know where. Thank you. What was that? Okay, thank you. All right, you've heard me many times since leading up to this about retaining our teachers, especially our veteran teachers. While districts are taking years of service, we finally Had our first one. We have a teacher with 24 years of service who has resigned from our district and going to another district with all her years of service. Thank you. So this is just a little bit of information to help discussions. Hopefully we can get get back to negotiating. I know it's summertime, but. Should I, what I have to say is on here. Is it okay if I come back after public's comment? I think she's gonna, I don't think this is working. Is that okay? Yeah. So we don't have to wait? Okay, thank you.
Is CSEA here tonight?
I don't think, no, she's not.
And Lima? Okay. All right, so moving on to public comments. We are first going, it looks like they are all agenda items. Ms. Parks, would you usually speak at the time of each, I'm sorry. Oh, there you go. You usually speak at the item number. Do you want to continue to, okay. So let's see. It looks like we have Brian Foster as our first public comment speaker. And remember, you have 2 minutes.
I'm on an item, not public comments.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm on a specific item, not public comments.
Okay, that's fine. You can wait and speak at that time. That's fine.
Thank you.
Yeah. They're all public comments. So I just know that Ms. Parks likes to speak at the item. Chase Talibares?
Good evening, members of the board, staff, community members. My name is Chase Tavares, and I am an incoming sophomore who competes in 3 sports while maintaining a 4.0 GPA. I'm speaking to urge you to keep the pause period in next year's schedule. Pause is the only built-in time athletes have to make up exams and quizzes missed while traveling for games, meet with teachers for help on assignments, and stay current on coursework without sacrificing practice or game commitments. Next year, I will be taking 7 courses, which will require me to take an A period so I can continue my role in ASB and leadership. This will not allow me to meet teachers before school to get extra help or make up missed tests. Most of the sports I play hold practices or workouts right after school. This requires me to leave immediately after classes. After-school tutoring isn't an option. Eliminating pause removes the academic lifeline that lets student athletes meet the student part of our world. Without pause, grades and eligibility will slip, no matter how disciplined we are. A couple of years ago, the school schedule was changed, reducing our lunch to 30 minutes. This is not enough time to eat, lunch, and make up tests if we had to. On block scheduled days, while we have longer class periods, teachers use the entire time to give themselves more teaching time. To make up tests during that time would mean student athletes would fall behind in their lessons even more. If you believe academics come before athletics, the schedule must reflect it. I respectfully ask that you keep pause. Thank you for considering the real impact this decision will have on students like myself.
Thank you. The Azara? Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good morning. Sorry, it's not morning. Good evening, members of the New York Board of Education. My name is Azara Waite, and I'm an incoming senior at New York Memorial High School. I'm here tonight, or this evening, to speak on behalf of myself and many classmates about something that has been incredibly important to our success in both the classroom and in sports. Pause period. I am a 3-sport athlete, and I also play club sports outside of school who greatly appreciates pause. It gets very stressful handling so much and hard classes, but pause helps with that, and it takes a lot of pressure off of our backs. This also helps when a student athlete is required to leave early for a game. You can use this time during pause to communicate to your teachers and make up work. It also is a time where you can ask for more individual help on work that you aren't able to ask during the actual class time. I also have a younger sibling that does attend New York Memorial, where he's an incoming sophomore. This also has greatly impacted him and helped him keep up and stay with his grades and his assignments, as he's also a student athlete. Many students that are athletes or not athletes use this pause time to help them with their academics. If it is decided to get rid of pause, it can negatively impact our learning. Thank you.
Thank you. I know there may be some misunderstanding about the bell. The bell goes off a minute before your time is up. So if it's a 3-minute, it goes off after 2 minutes to let you know that there's 1 minute left. But with 2 minutes, it literally is right smack in the middle. So just know that when you hear that, you still have half your time left. All right, thank you. Jacqueline Torres.
Good evening, board members. My name is Jacqueline Torres, and I'm incoming senior at New York Memorial High School. I'm currently the ASB president, and I'm involved in 2 sports, multiple AP classes, and 12 different clubs around campus. Pause is not just a break in the day, it is a crucial support system for students like me. It gives us an opportunity to catch up on assignments, make up tests and quizzes, ask our teachers questions in a low-pressure setting, and take care of important responsibilities that we simply don't have time for before or after school due to practice, games, and club meetings. Taking away pause would severely impact students who are actively involved in the school community. It would remove one of the most flexible times in our day that allow us to balance academic demands with extracurricular involvement. For many, it is also a moment to breathe, regroup, and check in with our counselors, which support our mental health well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. The next one is Alyssa.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alyssa Lott, and I'm one of the underclassmen at Newark Memorial, and I'm the incoming sophomore class president. Throughout my freshman year, there were many situations I needed extra time to make up work, and knowing that I will have a lot more on my plate next year as I'll be taking 7 classes, I know I will need pause period to help me catch up on work or make up assignments during that time. Also, a lot of events can happen during pause, like practices for assemblies or workshops hosted by clubs. We needed the extra time to help us work on growing as a school and a community. Thank you.
Thank you. Is it Carly?
Good evening, members of the New York Board of Education. I'm here to talk about the new schedule being proposed, which removes pause. I'm an incoming senior who plays 3 sports, is very involved in leadership and clubs, and has a 4.5 GPA. I find pause as a critical time to catch up and get ahead on homework, talk to my teachers with topics I'm not understanding, make up tests and other assignments, and participate in club meetings and leadership events. Taking away this study hall time will leave me and many other students stressed, overwhelmed, and behind on other tests and assignments. This time is critical for our learning and mental health. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Toyle, did we have one other high schooler who would have liked to have spoken? Okay. Victoria?
Hi, board members. My name is Victoria Rodriguez. I'm an incoming senior at the Newark Memorial High School. So I'm here to talk about the pause period that is in the process of or might be taken away from our time at school. So I understand that not everyone is an athlete and not everyone is doing maybe 1,000,001 extracurriculars a day. But it also does affect those who also just don't understand concepts or are unable to just comprehend what a teacher is having them taught. And I understand that there's times where they can raise their hand, ask questions, be involved. But there's also 1,000,001 kids who are not able to do that because of anxiety or just fear, and that pause time is exactly what that's for. The pause time is there so we can get that one-on-one time with our teachers. Not only that, but as I said, it does greatly affect athletes. As I play lacrosse and volleyball, we get dismissed early all the time. Not to mention, I have many softball players who are in my classes who leave during 5th period, completely missing their entire 6th period. So, this being said, the pause time would be greatly appreciated if it could be continued for at least as long as it could, because it really does help everyone in their mental health and anxiety and being able to juggle everything that they have going on in their life. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. We appreciate when the young people come out and speak on your behalf, so thank you for coming. We are now going to Superintendent's report.
Thank you. Actually, we've got a very full agenda this evening. I think first and foremost, I just want to say that we had a wonderful summer school. We had a great promotion activity for 8 of our students that promoted at the high school. So we were excited to be able to hand them their diplomas and see them, be able to launch off. And I guess, they just need a little extra over the edge, and they were there. We also have a few other students that will be continuing with us for next year, just to be able to continue to make sure that they get the support systems that they need and that they're able to enter into the world in a great way. So I don't think it's a matter of, getting it done in a certain time period. The most important thing is to be able to get it done, and I admire their resilience and their tenacity to be able to come back to school and make that happen. So congratulations to all of them. I want to thank our teachers who came out for summer school and made it just such a wonderful element. We tried something new this year. We did an intensive 10-day. We will be surveying teachers to see how they felt about it, and also our students to see how we can maybe improve upon that in the future. Or whether or not we need to go back. So again, we tried something different, and I look forward to seeing what that feedback is and sharing that with our board. And with that, that's all I have for this evening.
Great, thank you so much. All right, staff reports, 10.1, presentation on the 25-26 California Dashboard Local Indicators. I'm gonna assume that's you, Miss Allard.
Yeah, Ms. Allard will be taking this presentation.
Thank
I think
you.
she's popping up the presentation now.
Good evening. It is my pleasure to share with you the results and reflections of our dashboard local indicators, a requirement of the LCAP approval process. There are 11 indicators on the state dashboard, 6 at the state level and 5 are local level. The California School Dashboard is annually released in the late fall. However, districts are required to have presented their local indicators to the board at the same meeting as they are taking action on the LCAP. The state indicators represent outcomes for the CAST, attendance, suspension, college and career readiness, and graduation. The local indicators, as you can see here, are implementation of academic standards, parent and family engagement, local climate survey, basics including teachers, instructional materials, facilities, and access to a broad courses study. In order to meet the performance standards for the local indicators, LEAs are required to measure progress, report the results to the Board of Education, and use the self-reflection tools adopted by the State Board of Education. The first priority is basic services, and basic services includes teachers, materials, and facilities. For priority 1, we are required to report the total number of FTE equivalent teaching positions and the percentage of teachers who have a clear teaching credentials. The 2024-2025 information is not released yet, so we are reporting 2023-2024. During this school year, we had 217.7 FTEs with 80.9% having clear credentials. Our annual Williams visit confirmed that all students have access to instructional materials at home and at school, and all schools meet the good repair standard. Priority 2 is related to the implementation of academic standards and our progress in implementing them. We have used the State Board of Education self-reflection tool to measure our progress. These tools represent 5 specific areas of reflection related to instructional practices and professional development, which are listed on the left-hand side of the slide. The right-hand slide is the subjective rating scale. We see overall averages scores of 4, indicating full implementation for all academic areas, and a score of 5 if teachers have received instructional materials to implement academic standards. Identifying and providing professional learning is also scored a 5 as teachers are provided with feedback forms at the end of professional learning sessions offered throughout the year, as well as an end-of-year survey to identify their professional learning needs. Priority 3 centers on family engagement, emphasizing the development of strong relationships between schools and families, fostering meaningful partnerships, and enhancing family participation in decision-making and seeking input. Priority 3 has 3 areas of focus, which are listed on the left-hand side of the slide. While our ratings indicate full implementation with the rating of 4, we always strive to improve our partnerships, relationships, and opportunities for decision-making to have a sustainable approach with our families. Priority 6 focuses on school climate. We are required to administer a local climate survey for students, staff, and parents. In NUSD, we use the California Healthy Kids Survey, giving staff, students, and parents the opportunity to share their perceptions of school safety and connectedness. The most recent survey was just administered in March of this year and provides information to identify successes as well as needs. When reviewing the results of the California Healthy Kids Survey related to school connectedness, motivation, and trusting relationships with staff, we saw positive trends across all grade levels. We recognize the need to always provide additional supports as needed for students and the importance of students feeling connected to staff on site. We will continue to address these needs next school year. Priority 7 focuses on access to a broad courses study. All students in NUSD have access to a broad courses study. The challenge is ensuring that all students are prepared for the level of rigor that is required to be college and career ready. In Newark, site administrators partner with teachers to monitor and ensure that all students have access to a broad courses study in core subjects and electives. We are mindful of the need for a firm foundation for our students, especially students who are English learners, students with disabilities, and low income. Often these students are in need of additional support to be able to meet the expectations of rigorous instruction at the secondary level. Through the use of data analysis and our goals and actions included in the LCAP, we continue to provide not only access, but resources to enroll students in the courses required to be college and career ready. Next steps include approval from the board of the local indicators, and following this approval, the indicators will be submitted to CDE in July. Finally, the 24-25 dashboard results will be public in the late fall, and I will share a presentation regarding this information. And this concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, all right, great. Ms. Phillip, are you ready now?
That isn't it. Teach me how to do that. Something doesn't want me to give this information, is it? We tested this before. Here it is. Oh, there we go. All right, thank you, Toya, thank you. All right, little homework that we have here is the percent increases for salaries for Alameda County. Going back to 1920, including the CPI and the funded COLA. And again, our surrounding districts, Fremont and New Haven. We were close in 23, 24, but when other districts negotiate and settle on salary increases and we don't, puts us at the bottom again. So these aren't all the districts in Alameda County. These are the districts that most of our NTA members live in. At one time, remember, 33% of our NTA members lived right here in Newark. Now that number's down to 12%. Okay, can't afford to live around here anymore. So these are the cities. I mean, there's one handful maybe in, a little bit farther, but in Alameda County, these are the cities that our NTA members live in. Now, if you look on adjourn, the positions, the vacancies in those districts right there. Albany, 8. Berkeley, 53. Castro Valley, 29. Dublin has 19 vacancies. Emory, 11. Fremont Unified, 47 vacancies. Hayward, 62 vacancies. Livermore, 18 vacancies. New Haven, 12. Oakland, 291. Piedmont, 25. Pleasanton, 20. San Leandro, 11. And San Lorenzo, 47 vacancies posted on adjourn right now. So I've been doing my exit surveys. I don't know if you all have, but we do have one of the teachers I talked to just last week said he can't afford the gas to get here. So he had to put in his resignation. So it's all right there. That's all I got. Thank you.
Human Resources Reorganization. Do you want to do presentation or public comment first? Okay, Ms. Parks?
Good evening. HR reorg. I think this is the third one in less than 2 years. So I just want you to think about that. Is this what you want? Is this the final product? I do have a few questions. Could you confirm who the consultant was that helped audit the HR operations and made recommendations for compliance, records management, and systematic improvements? The second question, the background mentions position control. Is this the type of oversight previously handled by the budget manager and position control staff member? Number 3, if this reorganization is approved, will the 2023 job description for the human resource technician at range 56 level be used for both of the positions that are listed on the chart? And then lastly, will the previous employee who held the HR technician position be given the first opportunity to return to her previous position? Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams? Is this, I'm assuming the reorg is for you. Okay, great, thank you.
Ready?
Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, President Jones, Board, Executive Cabinet, community staff. I'd like to present a recommendation for a Human Resources Organizational Plan that I believe will successfully allow us to implement needed changes, different techniques, strategies that will successfully improve the Newark Unified School District. A school's district human resource department plays a vital role in recruiting, training, and retaining qualified certificate, classified, and administrative staff who directly impact the learning environment at all of our schools. Department ensures compliance with labor laws and safeguards for both employees' rights and the integrity of the district. Here are some of the core functions that the Human Resources Department oversees. As I've highlighted in bold, these are opportunities that are coming to the department that we work with. As you can see, we also oversee student enrollment. So we take care of all of the pupils within the district, in addition to oversight of benefits, district complaints, certificates and classified staffing, our interactive process, which can connect to leave requests, all the negotiations, as I'm the lead negotiator, staff and student discipline, student enrollment, when we need to work with our local universities for our student teachers or internships, in addition to workers' compensation claims. Our plan of action, I've already started in the 5 days I've been working with the district, met with department leads, planning additional site to get feedback on what needs to improve for the district. I am gathering feedback so I know how to put a plan of action in place. I'm already working on implementing systems that will improve the structures and the processes that are within the district, which is including digitized systems that will move us to allow us not to use paper copies, what historically has been done, but strong communication with all of our tools. My next goal, and I think this is one of the most important one, is to restore trust within the district. I will be out there. I'll be working with our departments. I'll be visiting our schools. I'll be interacting with our staff so they know who I am and what I'm about, so they can believe in what I'm doing and see results. As discussed, here is what I'm recommending for our organizational chart. As the assistant superintendent, I would have my administrative assistant that would be directly aligned to me. We would have a director that would be supervising the technicians, 2 technicians, which would be similar to a special education structure as they have caseloads. We'd be dividing sites and departments and functions. So they would be learning skills. And in the case that someone wanted to use a vacation or had to go on leave, that individual who works with them would have the skill set to pick up the slack while they're out so that none of our departments or our school sites lack the services they need. Currently have a clerk with the Human Resource Department who supports us with our absence management system and leave requests. Part of the Human Resources Department, we also work with our pupil services, which is all the student enrollment. As we've moved into centralized student enrollment, we will continue to bolster and support all of our families so that they can quickly register their students so they can successfully find out what schools their students will be attending in the future. And that is also supported by our student development technician. That is my recommendation for our organization for the HR department, if you have any questions.
So thank you, Mr. Williams, for your presentation. And this is a little bit more than a week since you've been on board, right?
I started last Monday.
Okay. Okay. So number one, welcome, right? And we're super happy to have you. What I would like to suggest to you, however, and what I would like to suggest to my fellow board members is any company that I've ever been a part of, either as an employee or as a consultant, when a reorg happens, usually there's a lot of thought that goes into it, and some time, right? And oftentimes when you have a leader that comes into a new position, they will usually take a period of time, 3 months, 6 months, sometimes even a year, before they come and make recommendations around restructuring, because they really need to understand the intimate details of what's going on. And I've seen this everywhere, but I just recently saw this at at my own school where I teach, where we brought in a new principal who we had had a long-standing principal for 17 years, something like that. She'd retired, and we brought in a new principal. And during the entire year, he didn't make one change, right? And so the idea is that he's going to get familiar. Now, in the coming year, he's going to be making changes. So my suggestion is, and as public comment had suggested as well, we, the board, I think, are a little bit skeptical at this point because we've seen so many reorg plans to say, well, you know, this is wrong and this needs, you know, and then it's flavor of the month, right? And what I would appreciate, because I'll tell you that I can't vote for this at this point. What I would appreciate is for you to spend some time looking at this and coming back maybe at the end of the year to discuss. But what I would really be looking for, and this is a problem that we have, and by the way, just as a context, and we're going to be talking about the budget in a minute. So when we put our budget together last year, we were projecting a $5.6 million deficit. And then every single quarter, that number went up. And now we are projecting for this year that our budget deficit is not 5.6, it is 7.3. So now, and by the way, the deficit could be influenced by revenue, but it's not just revenue that's going down. Our expenses are going up. Our expenses in 23-24 were 81.2. The budget that we passed last year was 82.7. Now our estimated actuals are 86. So we've gone from last year, 81.2, that we're spending $5 million more. And so, and what that tells me is that we don't have a revenue problem, we have an expense problem. And right now, everybody's talking about, well, we need to figure out how to drive enrollment, blah, 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 blah. But we aren't talking about taking stuff off of the plate. And I think that, and if you look at your own household budget, when income doesn't match expense, there's a discussion at the dining room table to say, okay, I guess I can't afford the Netflix subscription. Or, you know what, I'm gonna have to go put regular gas rather than premium gas in. But we haven't been having those discussions, right? And what I'm seeing is that we were told that the sky is falling earlier this year and that we needed to make all these cuts, and we've made these cuts, and yet our expenses are growing, and we're talking about adding personnel and expensive personnel. So we've gotten rid of cheap personnel, and we're adding expensive personnel. And what I'll tell you, in every single company that I've ever been a part of, when there's issues where you are losing money, the first thing that every company does is, number one, they freeze hiring, right? They freeze hiring, and then potentially go into layoffs. And then the second thing they do is they fire all the consultants. We're doing the exact opposite, right? And so what I would really appreciate, and this is nothing against you, Mr. Williams, this is week one, right? You're coming in, but what I would suggest is that if you want my vote, I really would like for you to get down into the gory details over the next 6 months and really document and say, what is it that we absolutely must do in our district from an HR perspective? And really have a comprehensive look at that. Then look at the resources that we have, and then talk about, well, where income doesn't match expense, how are we going to make those adjustments? And so, I think that until we see that plan, because right now, I mean, this is just one part of a larger budget issue, and we're projecting right now, for next year, a $10 million budget deficit. I mean, I don't understand how this is happening, right? I mean, so we are in declining enrollment, and yet we're spending like drunken sailors, and we don't have a sense of how we can cut back. We got to figure out how to cut back. And so I would appreciate, I understand the importance of getting HR right, But I really would like for you to take some time in analyzing that, making sure that it aligns both with the law but also with board goals. What's the financial impact? What's the budget impact? And then I think we'd be in a better position to make a decision on that. So that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Member Thomas?
Hello, thank you for your presentation. Thank you for your presentation. I like the structure. I think this mirrors the structure that the California School Boards, not the California CC, what is it called? California School Services came out with a very comprehensive plan that we adopted several years ago. And that plan, I think, was very solid. I think that it pretty much, you're asking us to look at the structure, and the structure as shown in that diagram is something I can support. I think what happened last year was a mistake when we reorged and changed around the type of people that we needed in the department. I think we need people that are really strong and that we can attract at the director level because of the complicated rules around HR. And we have suffered deeply because we have not followed the rules around HR in our hiring, and especially of consultants. So having someone with your expertise and bringing in people that can help and supervise the technicians, I think is a great idea. So I assume there's a board, we have to be approving a job description later this evening. And then I assume that the 2 technicians board job descriptions will be coming to us as well.
Those job descriptions are the job descriptions that have been approved by the board previously.
Is the work in those job descriptions going to change? Because I understand that there's going to be some cross-training, and so the job descriptions would change in that respect, wouldn't they?
The functions that they will be asked to do will align with what's in the job descriptions.
Okay, so then I think, if we approve that job description for the director and knowing that these are critical items that we absolutely have to have, it's still lean in my estimation, because we're a smaller district, we have to do a better job, and it means having the kind of staff that's in this diagram, so I'm in favor of it.
Either one. Member Block?
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I guess my question is just, what would happen if we waited a month or 2 on this, just to give you a little bit more time to settle in and kind of like finalize what your vision is going forward? Like, how detrimental would it be for us to table this for now and come back to it a month from now, 2 months from now?
So just for a perspective of what's currently in the department as far as position employees, myself, my admin assistant, and the clerk, no one else. To be able to perform the onboarding, to make sure benefits for any staff that needs benefits, workers' comp claims, leave requests, I do not believe that we can function and meet all those requirements with the current staff we have in place.
So specifically, like, what are you worried? Like, what ball might get dropped if this were to be delayed? I'm just trying to like fully understand the stakes of the situation.
Addressing workers' comp claims, so if someone's injured, not addressing it correctly, not having folks return to work when they should be returning, therefore we're losing money because their staff isn't in place. Liability is not addressing leaves correctly, so if someone is still maintaining status at work but they should be on leave, or for following FMLA because they should have rights to certain leave requests. Staffing, not having everyone fully cleared, that's going to be supporting our students. Those are just some examples I'm concerned about.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I definitely know that we're pretty understaffed in HR, and certainly like all of those things need to be handled properly, and so I'm certainly sympathetic to that. The one question from Ms. Parks that had not been addressed was whether or not there would be any then connection back to people who had been previously let go due to lack of work. Do we have any updates on that situation that would be helpful to clarify?
So we would follow all the laws as it relates to a 39-month rehire list.
Sure, great, thank you.
Mr. Williams, thank you and welcome on board. I know it's been close to a week, little over a week now. I did like the plan of action, department sites, and the feedback that you're visiting individuals and getting feedback from individuals that are here right now. Implement systems, the structures, the processes, the expenses, digitizing the systems, restoring trust, right? In a week, you can't really restore trust because you have to get to know individuals, right? I think it's really important for us to get to know who we're working with, to be able to create and work off of the organizational chart. It's really something that we need to focus on, building the relationships and giving the individuals that are here the tools, and also yourself to get to know also the community, get to know the staff. I'm a firm believer of really getting to know, the community, where you stand, where you're at. And just getting that information, getting acquainted, everything's going to go ahead and fall in place. I do agree that we do need individuals in seats. We do need individuals like the Director of Human Resources, and you cannot do it alone. However, if we, like Member Block went ahead and mentioned, if we could go ahead and take some time, a little bit more, and get to know the necessities that we have, and currently work off of that, and get individuals and really give them the tools necessary for them to thrive. So that being said, I like the organizational chart, but as mentioned in the past, it hasn't worked at different phases. I'm not saying, I'm not assuming. However, let's go ahead and give it some time and just analyze what we really need to work on in order for us to go ahead and continue.
May I make a comment? So we've been trying to operate with a triage staff, and it's not successful. We are not getting some of the work done that needs to be done to be able to support our employees. It starts from the onset. From the moment we even try to bring them in to be able to do interviews and get things done, we are barely limping along to be able to make that happen. To be able to do the correct documentation that needs to happen and make sure it gets put in the files and that information is there. Extremely important. We've got some new laws that we've got to deal with that have come down on us, and we have to be able to turn that information around very, very quickly. Digitizing is going to be real important. Once the people are hired, and we want to be able to hire them, just to be able to do the onboarding process, let me just let you know, there's nobody in there right now that's able to help us get that part of it done. It's taking a secretary to sit there and work overtime and be able to try to make all that happen. So there's nobody helping with that. There's no one double checking the credentials right now and making sure the paperwork's correctly. It's all being put on the manager and the admin. And right now we also temporarily have Ms. Ortiz, who's serving in the manager role. That's all that we really have in there. We have a sub-desk. The sub-desk is busy working on other kinds of items. And we are really trying to tread through this, but I will tell you, it's very, very difficult with the number of hires that we have to make to be able to bring the people on timely, to be able to keep operation alive and make sure that we're supporting our school sites. I think it's critical that we go back and we look at this. It is a little outside of my comfort level to have this number of positions. I will tell you that you all know I've been very conservative about bringing positions on. We don't have the extra money. To the concern that Mr. Hill has with regards to the amount of budget change that we have, a lot of that budget change came about, and I think I shared a memo with all of you as to why there was so much money put back in there. We had a grant that went away. That grant was actually sponsoring almost 19 very critical positions that were expensive. We had to put that money back into the general fund to be able to sit there and shift that. In the meantime, now we're trying to sit there and figure out, like, how will we sit there and come back with strategies for next year to be able to make that shift? It wasn't there in the second interim. It's there because it's in the budget that's being projected by the governor's May revise. And as we look at that and we look at some of the national landscape and some of the lesser title funds that we have, we had to make those adjustments for staff, and we did not notice that staff. Therefore, they are ours, and we have to make sure that we pay them. But that doesn't stop the other services that are going to happen. We will have to slim down again next year, and you'll have to slim down the year after. And that shouldn't be a surprise. We've been having these conversations. Things are more expensive. Things are more expensive at your home. And the good news is you're about ready to pass some things this evening that will help take a little bit of our budget monies that we've been using from our regular revenues that have been supporting, working on maintenance items. And by putting more Band-Aids on things, we're going to be able to sit there and work on some of the priority things that you have identified from your workshop that's on the board agenda tonight. But I got to tell you something, it's pretty hard right now to run the operation over at HR, and I really feel bad with someone new coming in. If we were to wait, my alternative suggestion to you is that you allow us then to bring on some more temporary staff, because we're going to need some people to help support us to be able to get through that. And I see some heads nodding. It's not my favorite thing. We'd much rather have regular staff, of course, in positions. Some of the staff, it was hard to find. And anyways, I just need you to think about those things when you make your decision here this evening. And trust me, these are difficult decisions to make. It was tough for us as we sat there and talked about understanding what the difference was. We know that we've been limping along and we're not doing it well. And we should do better. Our employees deserve it. Our kids deserve it.
Okay. I got a list.
Sorry.
That's okay. No. It's fine. It's just I have a list to go by. So Member Hill, and I'll just wait to speak till the end.
Thank you. Just a follow-up to what Member Block had brought up. Could we pull up the org chart? So it looks like that the positions that we currently don't have staffed are Director of Human Resources, which is essentially a new position, and then Technician Human Resources and two Technician Human Resources. So am I correct in stating that those are the three positions that we currently do not have staffed?
That's correct.
Okay, so could we look at a compromise in terms of, I agree that we need some doers, and so that we would potentially approve the two human resource technicians, but that we would maybe wait for a few months before taking a second look at the Director of Human Resources, because that's an expensive position. I'm still not exactly clear what that position does, and my concern is again that we're potentially building organizations that our budget doesn't support, and so to follow up on Member Block's question, what would be the impact if we didn't hire the Director of Human Resources, but we hired the other two?
My quick observation, just to share with you, I'm sorry, I'll let you speak to in just a moment, but actually right now in the manager spot, which was the spot that Ms. Trudy left, we do have Kim Ortiz currently in that spot right now. So we do have an opening. We haven't filled it. And so we do have somebody temporarily in that particular spot right now who's assisting us. And but there are duties that she does that are essential to helping to vet what's happening with the paperwork, especially when it comes down to the certificated and processes for hiring, to be able to help give the directions to the technician. And I'll let you speak on this. I know you've only been there for a week, but I did want to let you know that we do have somebody who is currently subbing in the manager's position that would be replaced by the director's position.
I think the positions that are within the Human Resources Department aren't always looked at the way that maybe they should. The detail, the knowledge base, the information that has to be responded to extremely quickly, but also 100% accurately, is something that human resources must do. Otherwise, there's repercussions, whether it's legal repercussions or financial repercussions. One of the things that has been implemented in the last few years is credential monitoring. So we need to ensure all of our teachers that are working with our students are fully cleared and able to teach our students. There are ways to have folks that are, as you saw the report that we saw about related to the LCAP previously, that we had 80.9% staff that were fully cleared. Yes, there are ways using education code and waivers to allow staff that is not fully cleared to be in the classroom, but yet qualified to be in the classroom. There's a lot of critical work that has to be done to get those folks in the classroom. It's not the same process of just looking on the CTC and finding out if they have the proper credential. Not to mention workplace violence is also something that was been implemented. Now we have to make sure that all staff are safe and they have a communication tool, and there's investigations that have to go along with that, along with overseeing all the formal complaints that come through the district. We are now looking at supporting the induction program, though it's going to be working with another service, but we are responsible for making sure folks who are trying to clear their credentials have the support they need to make sure that they're clearing their credentials. In addition, we are now going to be supporting position control to make sure our staff aligns to what our budget allocation, to your point, Mr. Hill. But it's important that we are doing that checks and balances on making sure that we're not overstaffing or overhiring, which then also puts us in a situation where our budget's impacted more negatively. Those are just a few functions, but they're intense functions, and I do not believe one management position can oversee all of those functions.
Member Thomas?
Yes, I noticed I did notice that position control was now in HR, where previously it had been in business services. And while it was in business services, there were quite a few issues that could be attributed to poor position control. So I like the idea that position would now be in HR, and then the payroll processing would be in the business services. So there's really a separation of duties. I don't believe we have a separation of duties right now for position control and payroll. And so this corrects that problem. I'm glad to see that. I want to speak highly, though, about the need to have a higher level position than the one we did away with just last year, because I think we need the expertise in that position to do all of the things you have on your list that need to be done.
Okay. So being a teacher in the district and also understanding and really looking at what our board goals are. Number one, student achievement. And if we don't have good onboarded teachers, we cannot accomplish our number one goal. And so just going back to that, I've been sitting here researching the last two or 3 years on the different reorganization charts that we have brought forward. The one that you are bringing to us now is extremely similar to one that we had in 22. And it was, being in the district for so long, I saw how many people were in the department. And it was, it was a director or manager, it's basically your office, I'll just, whatever the title was at the time, but your office, and at a minimum 2 technicians that were working in order to onboard, do all the paperwork, making sure that everyone, is teaching what they are allowed to teach, and checking up on all of that stuff, and then the sub-desk or the clerk there in that position. I'm amazed at what comes out of the HR office right now with so few people. I like the idea of maybe holding off on trying to fill the position that that Ms. Ortiz is working in, but I don't see how we can move forward, even getting through the summer, without having the technicians in place in order to do that onboarding and paperwork, and with everything being going on electronically. We're not going to be able to start our classrooms or have people in positions that are providing programs for the teachers to be able to teach the students. Going right back, goal number one, we are not going to have success in terms of academic accomplishment if we don't have the people in HR that we need. So I am in full support of this, with maybe holding off on that director position, making that like the last person that gets hired. But I don't see how we cannot approve some of these positions tonight and expect that we're going to have full classrooms and people in critical positions in admin. That's all I want to say. And Member Locke, you're on.
Thank you. So, I mean, I certainly I want to make sure that we are being careful with the budget and not authorizing additional expenses that are not necessary. But if, it's been so critical that Ms. Ortiz is already filling in effectively what is this director role. And I mean, I'm sure what she's getting paid is relatively comparable to what the director will get paid. I don't necessarily think that we'll be saving much money by holding off on hiring that director if we're just paying someone in the interim to do that work instead. So, certainly I understand the hesitation, and I want us to really think through each decision carefully when it comes to the financial impact of it, and I'm glad we're having this conversation. But, I mean, it seems to me that the cost savings of holding off will probably be relatively minimal, while the benefits of having a full-time ongoing team on board will be pretty significant. So I don't necessarily think that holding off on the director will be substantial cost savings, and if it allows us to get a good team rolling ASAP, then maybe that's a worthwhile trade-off.
Okay. All right. So as it does ask for us to take action, I can put it to a vote, and people can, with a motion of holding off on the director position, just kind of taking in everybody's ideas, but approving that we move forward on the technician positions so that we can get people in there, with Ms. Ortiz kind of doing the job of the director. That kind of fills that and gives you an office that you can actually work with. So I would like to make the motion that we hold off on the director hiring for right now and move forward on the technician, human resource technicians.
I second.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Yep.
Aren't those two technician positions already there? They're just not filled?
They're just unfilled.
So you don't have to, you should have been, we should be working on filling them.
Yeah, there was only one before.
It was a technician and someone that had a different title.
There's been a lot of different titles at different times. I'd have to go back and kind of research it, but.
Yeah, I think the last one was a technician, the other was a generalist.
Okay, but I do recall that this is very similar to what we had before, that
yes,
those positions have a new title now, but they've been open, I believe. Is that correct?
One position's was open for a while, and we kind of changed the titles. I mean, there's been some changes that have come with it, as Mrs. Park shared, that, we've come back with a couple of different ideas of how to try to make it work.
Yeah.
The bottom line is it wasn't working, and we need to come back and we need to tell you that's not working, and we need to do something different. And so we felt that the best thing was to have two technicians. More than likely, the alpha will probably be split.
And this structure actually goes back to what we had for years and years and years, and it worked.
Yeah, and it worked. Thanks.
Okay, so can we take a vote, please, on this? Yes, it is a vote.
Right, but is it including the holding off on the director position?
That was the motion.
Oh, did we have a second?
Yes, we did.
Okay.
I realize that. What's that? Yeah.
Point, can we just ask one clarifying, we want to present some clarifying information. So Ms. Ortiz is serving as a substitute. There's no guarantee that she'll be there 5 days a week or every week. Just so you're aware that, you know, is a substitute, she's filling in as a substitute. I just want to make sure that there's awareness of that.
All right, so the motion was made and seconded to kind of hold off on the hiring of the director position, but to continue to move forward with the technician positions.
Another clarifying question. Can we approve the position for a director later this meeting, even though we're not going to pursue the hiring immediately until we get maybe more information?
With what's, I'm going to just get rid of the vote for a second. With what's been in EdJoin, so I'm going to ask another clarifying question. In terms of EdJoin, you've been floating the director position and a technician position. Is that correct at this point? Or is it manager?
It's a manager position. Ms. Trudy's position was a manager's position that she had. So it's a little bit different level of expertise, and we realized that that was really too low. We recognized that the functioning level that we needed in that position needed to be higher. Where the higher placement is, I suppose that could be, we've got 3 different levels of directors in our organization. They're all called directors, and then you get the manager level, which was significantly lower. So I think there's a need for something higher per skill than what we were,
what we
had.
for.
And at the same time, we were also only looking to have one possible technician at that time too. So I mean, it's something that you gotta, you know, we were trying to scale it back. We were trying to make it work, and it wasn't working well.
Yeah. So based on that information, we have not formally finished the vote. So board, do you want to?
You do have a motion and a second. If I
We do.
understood.
We have a motion and a second. We have not taken, we haven't finished the vote.
Yeah, but I just want to get clarification. Your motion and second was to be able to recognize the org chart, hold on the director position, maintain the manager position that we currently have. Did I understand that correctly?
No, it was that we were saying, and maybe I was wrong in how I worded it, that we were saying we, at least how I was intending it, was that I like the org chart the way it is. I think it's important that we have these positions, but the motion was kind of made with hold off on the hiring of that director position.
A little bit.
A little bit, just, but maybe that's not the right thing to do. Maybe we need to just leave it the way it is and know that you're gonna, or, you know, say that we would prefer that you not hire all 3 people at the same time, that we hold off.
So, just a point of order, because I'm not clear on the protocol. So
I know,
when-
I'm
when-
not
so when-
clear on it either.
So when a motion is made and it's seconded, I think that the board, if we I can't undo it, right? So that's
right.
Sure.
You can rescind your motion in second, but you either can vote and either you have, it either fails or else you rescind your motion.
Okay, so, but does the board have to vote on the rescinding of the motion?
Yes, and the people that made the second and the motion would be the ones that would have to come back and would have to rescind it.
Okay, so, I mean, Yeah, I'm not supportive at this point of that director position. So I supported your amendment, Kat, and again,
Okay,
that
okay.
if, that we give it time to evaluate. But if we're hell-bent on doing it right now, I can't support it.
Okay. So if the motion was to not hire on the director position right now, but move forward on the technician, knowing that we do have someone in a manager position that is working part-time and can continue hopefully to do that, that's basic, that you're okay with that? Okay. So does everybody understand what the motion is at that point in the second? Okay, so let's continue the vote. There we go. Are you guys? Yes?
So is the motion to maintain the HR organization chart and to approve the hiring of the 2 HR technicians but to hold off on the hiring of the HR director?
Well, I think the question, right, is that if we have a manager right now, why do we think that we need to have a director?
Because our manager has the skill set of a director, and she's probably doing a director position under a management title. Would be my guess. I know she's got the skill set.
So again, what I would say is why don't we take a deep breath? So Mr. Williams has been here a week, and let's have him look at it. Because Mr. Williams, ultimately what we vote on, right, we're going to hold you accountable for, right? And so, and we're not going to hold some consultant accountable for it, right, or somebody else. And so my sense is let's take a deep breath and let's take a look at it, and then let's come back fully informed, right? I just think it's a little bit, we're taking a rush, and the challenge that I'm seeing is that we're seeing mission creep and title creep across our organization, and our budget is ballooning.
Okay, so if we go with the motion that I made, you seconded, it would be that we're taking this chart, but we're not hiring, right now, we're pushing off the hiring of the director. We did not take the director position out. We said hold off on the hiring for it. That was the motion, and you seconded.
Okay, so I understood it that we were not, that was not going to be in the org chart at this point, that we were going to evaluate it.
That was not what the motion and second was.
Okay, so then I guess I rescind my second then.
I'll second it.
So, but you're going to have to redo the vote. So
Well, we have to rescind the vote because the
Right.
vote's done. I just haven't pushed tally, but the vote is done. Everyone has voted now.
Right, well,
So
but
we
so
have
the
to-
problem is now we're not, we voted for, isn't what we thought we voted for.
Well, I think
So
four
can
of
we-
us knew, I think maybe I think you were the only one that might have been unclear.
Well, it doesn't matter, right? So I think we have to rescind the vote.
Well, I think the vote's been made and seconded. You just have to clear it, and then
Right,
we
so
vote again.
clear the vote.
And then we vote again.
Don't we have to rescind the vote?
You have to rescind your vote. And you haven't announced what your vote tally was.
Well, there it is.
But so, again, right, if I thought that this was different, I would have, so that's my point.
Right, okay.
I would have voted no.
All right, so,
Now, you can rescind, the person who made the motion and second can rescind the vote. That you can do. That's
okay, and then we take a vote on that rescinding, on the fact that do we vote on the fact that we're rescinding it? To
Yes.
say that we all agree that we rescinded it?
Yes.
Okay.
Otherwise, you got a motion.
Sorry. I will rescind my motion. Are you going to?
Yeah, I'm rescinding my second.
Okay. So now we have to vote on the rescinding of the last vote, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, vote to rescind or not. Sorry. Gabe, you can give us a verbal.
It's a yes.
It's a yes, okay.
a
So we have
yes.
5 yes to rescind the last vote. All right, now moving over on the chart vote.
President Jones, if I could just make a comment to my staff. Toya, you will have to make sure that you list the original vote that was done and then the rescinding vote. Like, all those need to be in the minutes. So there was the original motion, there was a vote that was a 3-2, and then they rescinded that particular motion. And now there's more discussion. I just want to make sure it's clear for the minutes.
I believe I have the original vote was Jones Hill,
And it was a 3.
send the vote.
Then there was a vote that was 3-2 that it happened. And the 2 people that voted no were Block and
Block and
Anguiano.
Anguiano.
So they need to be noted as having not approved it. And then the entire vote was then rescinded by the people that made the original motion, which was Hill, who seconded it, and Jones, who made the motion. And all 5 members voted to rescind.
I have it written down too.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we got that clear.
Okay,
Can I make a new motion?
yes, you can.
I'd like to make a new motion to just approve the HR reorg as is. I think we are focusing too much on the expenditure that would come from minor changes here and there. I think the main reason that we are over budget and the thing that we need to pay more attention to is our use of consultants and outside contractors. I think filling these positions is key. I think we should approve this as is without any changes.
I'll second that.
Okay, and can we have a vote on that, please? All right. Okay, so it is a 3-2, it does pass. That was, the motion was Block, the second was Thomas, and it was, yes. Of Block and Jones and Thomas and no, is Hill and Anguiano. Okay, thank you.
Jones,
Yes.
it's my understanding that we have a rising 6th grade student in the audience who didn't know to fill out a non-agenda item on for the agenda for public comment, who's been out advocating for fresh and healthy lunches in our schools. I was just asking for the board's permission, since she's here with her family, if she can do her public comment tonight or she can come back in August.
She's here tonight. We'd love to hear from her.
Thank you.
My name is Ms. Patil, and I'm the science teacher at August Schilling Elementary in Newark. And I teach my students about relevant topics that are important to them. This year, my students and I were exploring the human digestive system as part of life science. And when we studied the highly processed ingredients in our food system in the US, my students wanted to take action, and here we are. So we have Mila, and she's gonna present.
Hello everyone, my name is Mila Elizabeth Yabut. I was the student body president of Schilling Elementary. I am here to address an issue that was first brought up by my science teacher, Ms. Patel. She mentioned that we should be more aware of what we eat on a daily basis, not just at home, but what we eat at school. At Schilling, we have meals like burritos, pizzas, and pastas. I'm not complaining about the offerings, but these types of food are mostly pre-made foods that might have preservatives and harmful dyes like red 40. I made a petition to stop using these frozen foods at school. I realized that these preservatives are bad for our health, but getting rid of our pizzas or burritos might not be possible because some of us love them. Oh, yes. I'd like to propose if the district could provide healthier snack options like trail mixes, celery with peanut butter, fruit salads, or baked potatoes. Here is a petition we've made. We have been getting 230 signatures from students, parents, and staff members from our school that want to have a better, healthy option without those other preservatives. What will it take for us to serve fresh made meals at school? Could you start in the fall? Thank you for listening and inviting me.
Thank you. Thank you very much for bringing that. Are you able to leave us your petition? Was that your plan?
Yeah, we should present the petition to them. We also have an online petition, which has another 50 signatures, and it's growing, so
Oh,
give
fabulous.
this to them, to the board president.
Okay.
Thank you, sweetie.
And I met with Mila, and we are going to work this fall together, and she's going to join a committee that we have through child nutrition. And so I'm excited about that, and I'm excited to have her involved with some future healthy options. Thanks for being a great advocate.
Great. Thank you so much for
And
coming.
what would the next steps be for her to have this kind of an outcome?
Well, I think actually having her meet with the superintendent like she's done and starting to work on that, I believe that would be the next step. And in order for us to do some, put something on the
We'll get on the
agenda.
agenda for August. That's-
And then those are the original signatures, including the mayor's signature and then the city
Oh,
council.
yeah. She presented this to the mayor at the city council, and they signed it.
That's awesome. That's great. Thank you. I will pass these over around to the board and then off to the superintendent. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
I don't think that's the point. All right, moving on to 10.3, presentation on subject online credit recovery program. We have a public comment on this. Shall I have them go first, Ms. Allard? Okay. Mr. Foster?
Thank you so much, President Jones and members of the board. A few months ago, I was thrilled, delighted, when your superintendent and high school principal presented their information on Apex. They started to lift the veil on what was happening. And I thought, finally, after 6 years, you might end up killing Apex. I've been waiting for it, and then tonight happened. And I'm not delighted, I'm dumbfounded. Because you are intending to switch from Apex to another company called Subject, which promotes itself as being much more polished, much more with the use of visuals and videos. And I don't know if you've had a chance to look at them on their website and with the one video that they're showing you in your packet. But it's essentially Apex on steroids and a soundtrack, because the videos are really like highly charged and engaging, that they are. But the question is do they teach? Do the students actually learn? And to think that any system that's set up that's online will not be used as a cheating platform is, I think, a bit short-sighted. And I've made all those comments for a long time. Earlier tonight, you got the presentation on the school dashboard. That was all in process. Deeper in your packet, you have the results. The results have consistently shown 90% graduation rates, more or less, and about half that for academic performance. There's a gap there. Apex is a huge portion of that gap. The way that it affects the culture is really important for the rest of the students who are there. A majority of you are either teachers or were teachers. I want you to think, for you, in your classroom, if you presented a video of a lecture that you did before, what would happen to you? Would you be disciplined? Would you be called calling it or just phoning it in? I would be. It actually happened at the high school when I was there. To think that students, especially the struggling students, are better served by videos than teachers who could work with you interactively. Sorry. So don't do the AI, don't do online, go to teachers.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Allard?
I'm still on my last presentation. Sorry.
No. I want to go there.
In the meantime, should we make a motion to extend the meeting? Seems like we're probably going to be here a while.
Yes. I meant to do that.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to, it sounds like we have till 11:30 today. I think we're probably going to need all that time, unfortunately. So I'll make a
Yes.
motion to extend to 11:30.
I'll second. Please vote. Okay, and we have 5 yeses to 11:30.
Do the votes need to come? I don't know. Okay. Okay. My apologies for the delay. This presentation is intended to inform the board about a proposed new credit recovery platform called Subject for a possible implementation during the 25-26 school year. We currently use Apex for our online credit recovery program. This online curriculum is text-heavy and text-based. It is also challenging for our English learners, approximately 52% of our population, to navigate. I had the opportunity to see this firsthand in summer school this month. Observing this opened my eyes for the needed change. The Subject Credit Recovery Program is fully aligned with the Common Core standards, ensuring consistency and rigor across all grade levels for students in grades 6 through 12. It is 100% video-first approach, leveraging the power of interactive videos, animations, and real-world scenarios to significantly enhance student engagement and retention of concepts. The course content is balanced, where a percentage of curriculum consists of multiple choice assessments, while a greater percentage of the curriculum emphasizes authentic engagement through manipulatives, writing exercises, and activities that require students to think critically and formulate thoughtful responses. The platform is accredited and approved by UCAG, WASC, College Board, and NCAA. Academic integrity was a key factor as we explored the Subject platform. To uphold the highest standards of academic integrity, Subject has embedded the use of 3 advanced AI-based checkers designed to detect and reduce instances of cheating. These tools serve as a robust safeguard, ensuring the assessments remain fair and that student work reflects genuine understanding. Their curriculum is also reviewed or refreshed every 1 to 2 years to ensure that the educational content remains current. Answers from courses are not published online, minimizing opportunities for unauthorized sharing or copying. Subjects' videos cannot be skipped. The whole program is designed to slow down and make sure students are viewing the content and retaining information. Access and equity go hand in hand. A key feature of the Subject program is its multi-language accessibility, offering course content in Spanish, Arabic, Ukrainian, and Russian. By providing materials in students' native language, the platform fosters a more inclusive environment that supports deeper comprehension and academic success. This approach ensures that language barriers do not hinder students' progress and helps to close achievement gaps among our diverse learner populations. Subject Online Credit Recovery Program benefits as a teacher of record service, providing certified educators who deliver instruction, grade assignments, and uphold academic integrity. Additionally, the program offers live staff homework support available 24/7, providing students with immediate assistance whenever they need it. A key feature of Subject is how students receive instant feedback. Shared is a snapshot of the type of feedback where students are provided with strengths as well as considerations to enhance their work. In regards to platform feasibility, the subject platform is designed to integrate with Synergy and Clever for a single sign-on. Parents also have access to view their students' grades, which is updated nightly. This transparency promotes parental engagement and timely support for students' academic progress. Several districts have already implemented Subject, shared as a list of local or nearby districts, as well as districts in the state of California. I would like to share a video that visually illustrates the difference between Apex and Subject. The video highlights how Subject offers a more interactive and engaging platform designed to actively involve students in their learning progress that makes the content more engaging for our current generation of students. Apologies.
So when you need to simplify an expression that includes exponents, you could take the time to memorize these 3 rules.
And if I want to solve for x, divide both sides by 2, and I get x equals 8.
Algebra 1 is the foundation for all other math classes. So let's get building together.
Today, we're going viral. From David at the Dentist, to Gangnam Style, to Charlie Bit My Finger, what makes a viral video? Exponential growth. Let's say I make a hilarious video and I show it to 2 friends. They each show it to 2 of their friends, who each show it to 2 of their friends, who each show it to 2 of their friends, who show it to 2 of their friends, who show it to 2 of their friends. Do you see what's happening to the rate at which we get new views? We start by getting 2 new views, then 4 new views, then 8 new views, then 16 new views, then 32 new views, and so on. Each time, we get twice as many new views. Why does this happen? Well, each person who has the video shared with them gets their impact doubled when they share it with 2 friends of their own.
Yes. And finally, one more video just giving you a greater understanding of the subject platform and its interactive and engaging student curriculum.
You're good.
Marty, I did it!
Let's do it.
I'm gonna let you in on some secrets.
Oh!
Always leave them wanting more.
Today we're learning science, math, Spanish, stars,
slow.
So let's break down what makes them so important.
Let's try an experiment.
What do you see? Don't overthink it.
What if I told you that every map has a perspective, and even some distortions?
Sharing is caring, right?
So does that mean you're gonna take me on some more adventures?
Today, we're heading to one of the most awe-inspiring sights in human history.
The sun looks like it's moving, but really, the Earth is just turning.
Like that.
Moment of reflection can prevent countless misunderstandings.
All right, sailors. Oh, I mean students.
It's not just about fancy features or colorful layouts. It's about creating a place where people can genuinely connect.
Oh,
I get it.
Oh my God, Cletus!
Stay curious, keep exploring, and let's keep uncovering Earth's secrets together.
And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Do we have questions? Member Anguado?
For sharing the subject platform. One of the things that I see with the infrastructure that we have for our technology is it capable to withholding the platform. Also the devices, are they equipped to really take on the task?
I'm going to defer to my colleague, Jenna Lee, IT director. We have had conversations, but I don't want to misspeak based on her knowledge and expertise.
Good evening. Yes, because it is web-based, our systems are fully compatible with it. Thank you.
Thank you, President Jones. So, if anybody's wondering why I'm not my normal chipper self today, it's because this morning I woke up to take the dog out at 5 o'clock, and I discovered that apparently at 4 o'clock there were, I had 3 cars parked in front of my house, and every single one of the cars had had the driver's window busted open, and people had crawled into the car and had stolen minor stuff that was in the car. They were fishing, but ended up consuming all of my time this morning in calling insurance companies and organizing glass repair companies to come out and coordinating with neighbors, because, by the way, it wasn't just my house. There were 5 other houses that got hit on my block, and there were 12 other houses that were hit the street right next door. And as we neighbors collaborated and we looked on the video that we had, we saw it was kids that had broken in. And I would surmise to say that probably those kids that broke in, and they were coordinated. They had a car, and they had a couple, so car waiting. They had a couple people using flashlights to try to look in and see what they could find. I would suspect that although they were good at maybe breaking into cars, I suspect that they probably didn't do really well in school. Just a hunch. And, you know, but the issue is that I think that this is an illustration of what's happening in our society and what's happening in terms of education, where we used to think that graduating from high school meant something, that it was a mark of achievement, and it was a mark of accomplishment, and it was a mark that you would actually learn something. But increasingly now I believe that we're looking at high school graduation as a milestone that everybody needs to go through, and it doesn't necessarily reflect what people learn. And we can all feel good about it, right? We can feel great that, you know, that we haven't held anybody back and that people aren't sad. But you know what? We are kicking the can down the road. And so when we're fooling ourselves into thinking that somehow we've prepared these kids for the future when we haven't. And when they go into the real marketplace, people are going to see whether they have the stuff or not. And if they don't, either they don't get hired or they pretty quickly get fired. And then if they don't have a job, then they potentially join a car burglary crew, and they start breaking into people's cars, and that's their source of living. And so what we really need to understand is that at the end, we cannot kick the can down the road. Ultimately, we, the society, are going to live with these consequences. And the fact is that it's not just these kids that are being cheated, but it's everybody else as well. I spent literally probably 5 hours working on this, and I can tell you that when I used to have my own consulting business, that was a pretty hefty billing rate. And not only that, I had out-of-pocket expenses. And then you multiply that by all the families on my street, all the families on the other street. And by the way, this was a ring, and I talked to the cops, and there was a apartment nearby and so this was a very organized ring. And so I think that what we're looking at is we're trying to sit and say, how do we have a system where we can push kids through school and graduate, rather than come back and say, how do we make sure that they've actually learned something and that they're going to be productive citizens? And I think that, and right now, apparently the discussion is, well, you know what? Apex isn't working, so let's find some other online platform and let's make sure it's engaging. And I can tell you, as a teacher on the front lines, so I have a mixture of curriculum that I provide to my kids, and sometimes I give them some lecture, sometimes I have them do some reading, sometimes we have discussions, sometimes I play videos for them like Crash Course on Economics. And I can tell you that my kids are just as inspired and engaged by watching Crash Course Economics as they are in hearing me speak. And I think that we are fooling ourselves in thinking that somehow we're going to have this essentially really one-way educational platform, because these platforms are not interactive. And we are probably years off from them being truly interactive. And even then, I think that all of us have a yearning for actually interacting with other human beings and learning from other human beings and not learning from a computer. And so I think that we need to take a step back and ask, why do we need credit recovery? Why is it that we have kids that apparently we're not paying attention to any of the issues that they're facing until they're a second semester senior and they're failing 4 courses, and then it's like, oh my God, how do we get them over the finish line? Well, that's too late, right? That is too late. We are trying to put a Band-Aid on something fundamentally that's wrong, and no matter what platform we use, it's not going to work. So my suggestion is that I think that we need to take a step back, and rather than talk about credit recovery, let's talk about how do we properly assess and track kids and their performance all the way through their educational career, and have interventions so that we don't have to do this diving catch at the end. Because even if we do the diving catch, the reality is, if they're doing the diving catch, they really didn't learn anything. And so what I would like to suggest is that for right now, I know that credit recovery, online credit recovery, is a part of the LCAP and the budget, but I would like to suggest that we pull that out of the budget for this year, because, by the way, we finished summer school at this point, so there's no burning need to have this addressed, and that we put a little task force together to come in and analyze, how do we solve this fundamental problem, and how do we avoid kids getting all the way to senior year and then all of a sudden, not learning anything. And then we can come back in the spring and we can talk about, well, what are the interventions, what are the approaches that we use? But I just think that this is just, same, it's basically old bottle, new wine. And it's not going to solve the problem. And so I cannot support this. Thank you.
Thank you. First, I have a couple of questions, and then just an overall comment. So I'm looking at the contract that then shows up later on. So if we decide to proceed with this, it looks like there's a quote here for 200 licenses. And I'm just trying to wrap my mind around what that means. So 200 licenses, does that mean that 200 students would be using subject, or is that 200 courses? What specifically does that mean?
We took that number based on the number of students currently who did credit recovery this year, starting at 9th grade.
Okay, so that would be 200 individual students who would be participating.
And that could include Bridgepoint and Crossroads as well.
Okay, and then that includes potentially multiple courses for some of those students.
Mm-hmm.
if we're to proceed with this one-year pilot of subjects, how will we know whether or not it is successful? Like, how will we measure its effectiveness?
I would assume that we would have less students getting Ds and Fs falling through the cracks or being pushed through the cracks, and that we would be able to monitor the number of mastery of the course and setting it at a very high level so that we knew that students were getting the content, which is Common Core aligned and accredited.
Okay. And in terms of like attempting to prevent cheating issues that we're worried happening with Apex, is there any additional safeguards that will be built in beyond those that are in the subject software itself?
Not more than my understanding of the initial conversations with subject, which superintendent attended, as well as administrators and counselors at the high school level. That is my knowledge as deep as I know. I could get more information for you though.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. I think just my overall thoughts on this. I think one thing that I've just like observed in a lot of different situations is that sometimes moving from one extreme to an opposite extreme really rapidly, making a really radical change very quickly, can sometimes lead to unintended consequences. So certainly I'm sympathetic to the idea that in-person learning is ideal and that every student completing in-person summer school credit recovery would be great. Certainly that human interaction is great. Having that person there to evaluate and support is certainly like a really nice idea. However, we've had the situation where we have 200 students a year doing credit recovery, and going from 200 to 0 in 1 year is a pretty extreme change that may have consequences that we don't anticipate. And so I would always advocate for a more moderate course of action. So maybe we, cut down on the number of licenses that we decide to sign up for, and we reserve this just for students for whom they have done summer school multiple times and it has not worked out, and it is a last resort option for a smaller pool of students, and we test it out and we really watch carefully to see how it's going and then proceed from there. Perhaps there's a middle ground that involves neither completely canceling all use of online credit recovery nor just funneling all Apex students into subjects. It just seems like beginning with reform before abolition might be a more careful approach that would allow us to really evaluate, is this better than Apex, yes or no, before ultimately making decisions going forward. So I don't know if there's any way that we could kind of approve a more limited pilot of this and have a smaller subset of students try this out so that we can see how it goes. And then for other students, for the 9th and 10th graders, for example, say you got to go to in-person summer school, and we test this out with a smaller subset of students for a year. We reevaluate 1 year from now and then decide how we want to proceed. I'm not sure how my fellow board members feel about that idea.
I mean, perhaps a nice pilot might be at Bridgepoint to see how students are doing over there in regards to it.
Member Anguiano.
Thank you. Just wanted to check and see if we had any feedback from teachers, staff in regards to subject and what they thought about moving forward with this particular platform.
Subject did a presentation to high school administration and a few counselors as well. They were impressed by what it was offering compared to Apex. I know some word got out because when I was on grounds during the summer school 10-day intensive program, I did get asked repeatedly, we are going to a different platform, correct? Quite often.
What about the students? Have we asked?
Students did not get a presentation of it beforehand.
Member Hill.
Thank you, President Jones. I agree with Member Block that maybe we take a measured approach and maybe we do a pilot. I think a pilot would be a good idea, and I think that probably doing it at Bridgepoint would be a nice isolated area to where you could easily focus it. But what I would suggest is that in the state of California, there's an assumption that classes need to be taught by certificated teachers. And that means that there's an assumption that these teachers actually know something. And not only they know something, but they have gone through a program that demonstrates that not only do they have subject matter knowledge, but they have knowledge of pedagogy, et cetera. And so in my opinion, the only people that should be involved in this, in running this pilot, are the teachers themselves. So if we can maybe approach it from that standpoint, if my fellow board members agree, I mean, I'm supportive of that.
I'm sorry, can you explain that just a little bit more so I understand like what you're asking?
So what I'm saying, building on what Member Block had said, was that we agree to use to do online credit recovery on a pilot basis at Bridgepoint, using the subject platform, and so we will keep it there to isolate it, but that we literally have a small team of teachers, certificated teachers in our district that are monitoring, and we're running, monitoring, providing feedback, and that they would then ultimately provide the findings of that pilot to the board, along with metrics, as I think Member Block had indicated, to see, well, okay, is this really working? Because the assumption is, again, is that teachers should know best when it comes to teaching, so let's have teachers lead this.
Member Aguiano?
Sorry. I never took it off.
I may not have rolled it forward. Member Thomas?
Yeah, I have a couple. I have a few questions. It seems to me that with Apex, there's a teacher of record. I'm not sure how that works with this program. Another thing is, if you look at our curriculum, and this didn't happen with Apex, but all of our curriculum is approved. It goes through a curriculum committee to see if it aligns with our courses. And to have a student take a course in Apex, for example, and we've seen examples of this, where they are allowed to do it in 2 weeks, allowed to retake the test, because that's what we saw in Apex the last time it was presented, that the students didn't spend time working on the curriculum. They spent time retaking the test until they passed the test so they could move on. Completely mishandled. The program is completely mishandled. And so I'd like to know that whatever our students are learning meets our qualifications, and that there's a teacher of record that gives them a grade, and that the curriculum is essentially the same as the courses we teach in person. And since Apex failed so greatly, something I learned when I was working in the industry is that I was a design engineer. It was never redesign, always retrofit. And that meant that if you had a design, fix it, because if you start all over with a whole new design, you're going to run into all sorts of problems, and it's going to take a lot longer, and it's going to be more expensive. And I think what we're doing is we are redesigning, just throwing out another program. And I firmly believe that we really need to have our teachers teaching our kids, especially during the school year, especially after school. And I've been a proponent of that. I mean, we shouldn't have people, excuse me if I said it wrong, we shouldn't have kids taking courses online after school. They should be retaking courses that they fail either in summer school with a real teacher or during the day with take it over during the day in a class that's offered during the day. These are students that are struggling, and we ask them to take a class after school. They should be working after school on the courses that they're struggling with, not the courses that they're going to pass in 2 or 3 weeks, or struggle with taking the test over and over again. So my whole idea of any kind of intervention program like this is that it be limited to summer school, that it be limited to Bridgepoint, that it be really overseen and handled by a real instructor, and that if they get a grade in that course, that it's a course that's similar to the one they would have taken full-time with a real teacher.
Any other comments?
I'd like to
Okay,
just chime in
yes,
if I could.
thank you.
So I want to thank Mr. Foster for his advocacy. He's been a strong, he's been very concerned for a number of years about how the Apex program was being implemented, and he's got every right to be concerned about it. I was sincere, I think so was Dr. Murphy. We recognize that it has a lot of flaws, and the platform has a lot of flaws. And I think it allows for too much liberal interpretation of what we really want for good, strong instruction. I like some of the comments that were shared here by the board this evening. I did take some notes. One of the things I really liked hearing was that we need to have a full intervention plan. Like from 9th grade, you have not passed these courses. What are you going to do? And here's the plethora of offerings that you have to do to be able to make up your courses. I don't think you want to make it an easy situation, which I think is what Apex was. It was really easy. What I liked about Subject is that they had to take the entire course. It wasn't just, oh, I can just do this little portion and sit there and go take the test until I pass, as Board Member Thomas shared. It really was going to require that this was not going to be a glamour kind of a program. Students were going to have to reinvest time to be able to do it. There might be some other ways to kind of work around. I'd like to go back with staff. I like the idea of being able to modify it and run some kind of a pilot. I do think there will be, for our incoming seniors, we have to go back and take a look at the number of credit units that might be missed and whether or not they need to be sent to Bridgepoint or whether or not there is an alternative so that they can get over the hurdle to be able to graduate on time. You're going to have fill in some kind of a gap, and I think we need to go back and we need to analyze what is that number like for our incoming juniors who are going to be seniors. How credit deficient are they? I don't have those numbers in front of me, but I think that's a really good question that should be raised, that we should be looking at by grade level, how many credits are actually being missed. And we don't have that information here for you this evening. I think it's a piece that we need to bring into the conversation. But I can understand wanting to do a pilot and then figuring out what do we do for those gaps for kids that are getting ready to graduate for this coming year or are expected to graduate, but may have a greater deficiency than what we're ready to be able to handle, even with good first quality instruction. And I agree, there's nothing that replaces the actual teacher for first instruction. That's the most important piece. We know that, we value that, is exactly what our foundation is. We do, we value that, but we also have to figure out how do you help kids who are falling behind when we don't have enough core subject matter to be able to sit there and do the additional support systems that it has to do. And I don't think it's just a quick gap measure. I think you need to look at what's really happening instructionally and make sure that it's a good program for kids. And I truly do believe staff try to come back with something that had more teeth to it than what the other program did.
Member Hill.
So understand the point about how there may be some kids that are further along in their academic career and that are facing some credit issues, right? But what I would say is that Apex has been the Ozempic of basically academic retention. Do you like that, Superintendent Fakar? All right.
Kind of do.
But it's false, right? I mean, we're not dealing with the fundamental issues. And so what I would like to suggest, in alignment with what I believe Member Block had said, is let's have a pilot. Maybe we can do two things. Let's have a pilot at at Bridgepoint, and we limit the number of licenses. I don't know how many people are at Bridgepoint. I don't know, 50, 75, something like that. And that's really going to be where we assess it, and that's going to be driven by teachers. And we want to have teachers come forward and share their findings, right? I mean, I personally want to hear teachers up here giving the presentation and saying, this is what works, this is what doesn't work, here's our recommendation going forward. So that would be one thing. But then what I would say is, as it relates to the high school, which is really primarily where the issues that we face, is that what happens at my high school is when we have kids that are having issues, the counselors identify in advance, okay, well, this kid, are there any kids that are at risk of not passing the course? And those kids are flagged in advance. And so I think that we could have a list put together, but then I think it's really incumbent upon the teachers to then look at, okay, so we've got an issue, and then in coordination with the principal and with the superintendent, how, you know, what are going to be the interventions, the help that we do, and then it's really going to be people-based. It's not going to be, oh, just go in this room and take Apex.
Okay. The comment that I'd like to make is, first of all, thank you for looking into another program and really hearing that we were not happy with Apex. I have a question about how we're handling, because I just don't know at this point. Like, if a student fails a class in their freshman year, do they take it that year? Do they take it that summer, retake, or to get the credit recovery that summer? Or are we letting them build it up?
It's my understanding that they're being allowed to try and do it during the school year, after school.
Okay.
Through
So it seems to me that an intervention program of you fail the class during the school year, you're at summer school, no ifs, ands, or buts kind of approach to making it up.
Well, you would hope so. I mean, 331 students were invited to attend summer school this year.
Yeah.
298 actually showed up.
Yeah. So it was that was actually quite a high number of students who actually showed up, which is great.
But it does give you an estimate of 331 students or when we only graduated 11 seniors were credit deficient.
So the rest of them were either
9th, 10th, 11th graders.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. That kind of answered that question. I also am in favor of doing kind of a pilot
I like it.
thing. I think that seems like a good way to kind of like, is this really something that's going to work for our students? I mean, we can hear about how great it is and hear about the different programs, but I think knowing how it's going to work for our students in Newark is important.
I think it's a great suggestion. It's aligned with the LCAP. It's serving our most vulnerable students. It makes sense that the funds would come from the LCAP to support. It makes sense that we give it a try at Bridgepoint for teachers to come back. I think student voice will be critical, and to just learn what their experiences are and get some more information, but at the same time, trying something different to give us some more information.
Yeah, great.
Can I just add one more piece to that?
Absolutely.
So I really am concerned about the number of kids going from becoming juniors to seniors who may not be able to become eligible to be able to graduate next year, but maybe aren't quite yet ready for Bridgepoint. I would really like to be able to try to figure out a GAP program for them, in particular for us to sit there and take a look at. I don't know if that means it's an all-day Saturday program that they have to be involved with, especially if they're significant. I mean, I'm not talking about one who's like onesies and twosies. I'm talking about they can't get it done, but maybe aren't quite yet ready for Bridgepoint. And I don't know how many courses that would be. We have to go back as a staff and kind of think about that. I guess I'd really want to look at that junior class and see how deficient they are. Maybe it's not as bad as I think it is, but if it was like this past year's seniors, which were the end of our pandemic year kids, I would be curious to see what that actually looks like. And come back with a report to the board.
Okay. Let's see. I guess my question is, do we need to take a vote on this?
The slide,
It's just
it was just for
discussion.
information only.
Perfect. Yes, you may jump in super quick.
Thank you. Yeah, I would agree that keeping the door open for a little bit of flexibility. If we're changing the rules on seniors at the very last minute, like we don't want them walking into senior year knowing it's impossible for them to graduate, because that's going to lead to all sorts of problems. So, I mean, definitely we need to, transitions take time, and we need to have a little bit of grace if we're changing the rules on kids 3/4 of their way through high school. Like I think having a little bit of flexibility and taking some time to look at that data, maybe approving a few extra licenses, I think makes sure that we're not, basically make sure that we're doing right by our rising seniors, to make sure that we're not making a change that, shuts off all hope before they've even started.
If they are significant, they do need to go to Bridgepoint, and we do need to look at what is that number, what is the number of credit deficiencies. We need to work with our teaching population, our teachers, to really determine like what is it. Like we need to have a good sound number that we're referring them now over to Bridgepoint, because they'll be more successful there than in the programs that we can offer them for alternate interventions.
Great. Okay, go for it.
So my first mentor had two famous sayings, and this is 40 years ago, and it's amazing I still remember them. But the first thing was a thing of beauty is a joy forever. That is not relevant to this discussion, but the second one is. And the second one is, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Our role is not to push kids through some type of diploma mill. Our goal is to educate. And what I would like for us to do is that as we survey the kids that are in the junior and senior year and that have challenges, that we don't give them Ozempic, right? That we say, look, you have challenges. If you want to graduate, here's what you got to do, and you got to go work with some teachers. And my experience with teachers is almost every teacher that I've met has gone into teaching. It's not for the money, it's not for the fame. It is to help kids. And if teachers know that kids are coming and saying, I have a problem and I need help, they are ready to do it. But we have to give teachers that chance to do that.
Okay. We are going to move on then to the study session follow-up for district asset management of June 9th. So, Ms. Farr?
Thank you. Our attorney actually is logging on. If I could ask you to possibly do 11.2 as she logs, or 11.1 and 11.2 as she logs on, that would be great. I just postponed her until you guys were ready.
Okay, I think we can move on to 11.1 and then come back to 10.4. All right, 11.1.
11.1 is our LCAP plan. This was presented to you at the last meeting, and we're asking the board to take action.
Okay, so we just need to take a vote on this. Now I got to get to the vote thing. Uh-oh. Okay. So we are being asked, excuse me, we're being asked to take a vote on the approval of the 25-26 LCAP plan. So any comments, questions before we take the vote?
I have a question.
Okay, let's go with questions first. We'll kind of hold off on maybe getting to this before Member Block comes back. So go ahead. Question?
So question, in the LCAP, is part of the request for funding related to Character Strong?
Yes.
Okay, so my suggestion is that we approve the LCAP, but that we take Character Strong out. And the reason why is that I've heard from multiple teachers, and I've even heard that the LCAP committee itself discussed that basically nobody's using it, and that it's really kind of a farce. And so my suggestion is that that money can be used for better purposes. I'm not opposed to having instruction around values and ethics, but I don't think that this is the right platform. So that's my suggestion.
I do want to say that in the LCAP, Character Strong is allocated at $5,944 only, and I'm not sure. I would like to survey the teachers to see how many are actually using it, than to just do a blanket statement that's no one using it, because it was part of the conversations in the LCAP committee.
And I will say that as a teacher, I used it all the time. So the fact, yeah, I think so. That's kind of a blanket statement. All right, so voting on the LCAP as is, because that's not a huge chunk of money, and I found the program very valuable, and I've seen it used at other school sites as well. Okay, start the voting, please. Okay, and the vote is 5 yeses on the LCAP. We did have a motion and a second on that.
No, we didn't.
We didn't?
I started, and that's
Lord.
when.
I'm sorry. Okay. I will remove the vote. Do need a motion. I'm already tired and it's not even 11:30 yet.
I move approval of the LCAP.
And a second,
I
please.
second that.
Thank you very much. And a vote, please. All right. That is approved. And 11.2, we have one public comment. Ms. Parks on 11.2.
Again. I just wanted to say that it's very concerning to see the $13.2 million committed fund balance reduced to only $3 million. That money, there was, to remind you, that was the money that was over the 10% that you're allowed to have. So in essence, it was your savings account hidden in plain sight is what I'd always like to say. But it's very disturbing to see that you went from 13.2 to all of a sudden now you've almost been wiped out and it's only $3 million. Ms. Kemp's June 11th presentation, which was 44 slides, only briefly addressed this reduction on slide 38. She also mentioned that there were revenue sources that weren't being exercised. Once the state's budget is passed, I hope the revenue sources materialize to improve the district's financial outlook. I really look forward to the unaudited actuals. To me, all of this budget that you're looking at now, that's all just estimates. I mean, until the state passes their budget and you actually have your closing of your books and you actually see what the fallout is from this year, these are just, you know, they're just estimates again. So I'm hoping once September comes and rolls around and you have those unaudited actuals, you actually get a better picture of where you are. So thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so we need to take a vote on this. Questions first? Yes, sir. Member Hill?
So when we reviewed the budget in the last meeting, right, I handed out a time series. I just handed it out again. And what I want to emphasize here is that we don't have a revenue problem. We have a spending problem. And quite frankly, I am very frustrated because we have said that the sky is falling and, you know, and that we know, and we went through and we did all these cuts, and yet year over year, we spent $4.8 million more than we spent last year. So how is that possible? And so again, we can't say it's due to declining revenue. That's what drives the deficit. I'm looking purely at the expenditure line. The expenditure line is a $4.8 million increase year over year. We have a spending problem, as I described it in the last meeting. We have a hole in the boat. And one of the requests that I made was, we need to know where it is. And I suspect it is in services. I suspect that it's in consultants, and I suspect that it's in legal and other things. And there was a commitment that said when we come back in this meeting that I was going to have an explanation for this. But in board docs, we don't have an explanation for this. But what I do see is that we're continuing to spend, and we're going to see this as we get later into the agenda, all of these requests to re-up consultants' contracts, add more money in for legal services. Guys, danger, Will Robinson, right? We are driving off a cliff. And we are doing the most irresponsible thing possible, where we have had a budget surplus. I mean, we've had a savings account as of last year that was at $33 million. Because of our irresponsible actions this year, because our actuals are over what our budget is, right? That we're going to now, if we're staying on track here, we're going to go from 33,000 down to 26.5 million. And so from 33 million to 26.5 million. And we're projecting that next year we're going to go down to 16 million. Pretty soon we are going to be bankrupt, right? At what point do we pull away from the table And do we stop the spending? We come back and say, there's certain things that, you know what, we just can't afford to do. It's our responsibility as a board to be the fiduciaries and to make sure, and again, I mean, I have a problem approving this budget because I don't have clear answers. But even if we approve it, we need to figure out how to come under, right? I mean, this is like, we cannot go down, we are getting dangerously close to, you know, essentially not having the county approve our budget. We're squandering this away, and so again, I just really hope that we, the board, recognize this and that we demand intervention. Thank you.
All right, any other comments? Okay, I'd like a motion to accept the budget, if that is possible. Motion? Anyone?
I'll make a motion to approve the budget.
And a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you. And vote, please. Thank you. 4 ayes, and Hill was a no. All right, thank you. We are going back to, sorry, we're going to go back to 10-4, the study session follow-up of June 9th. Superintendent?
Thank you. Online with us is Ms. Serene Abrams. She's our attorney. Serene, are you there?
One second. Serene, can you hear me?
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Thank you for joining us this evening. As part of a follow-up of our discussion from our board workshop, we want to thank the board for their time that evening and for helping to champion the idea of looking at multiple properties and looking at all the district assets. And with that, we wanted to come back and be able to get some next steps and directions from the board. A lot of discussion took place with regards to what it takes to be able to form a 7-Eleven committee, the directions that we may receive from the board, or the 7-Eleven committee would receive from the board, will be very important as you think about next steps. And I think one of the exciting things that came out was to be able to take a look at all of our properties, to be able to look at how can we help improve academic standards for our students. I think that's one of the biggest goals that we've got as a board and as a district, is to continuously try to improve those academic standards and be able to retain staff. I know staff retention is a large portion in our concern, and also we also know it's a driver for academic success. So with that said, Serena, is there anything else that you might want to add in the conversation, or before we open up to the board members?
I think to echo what you said, Superintendent, and also to remind the board that we did provide preliminary draft bylaws and a resolution to form a 7-Eleven committee, but with all the back and forth and the comments around next best steps, thought it was an appropriate and important item to update the board on and provide another opportunity for discussion, and specifically around more of the optimization concept that the superintendent just touched on.
Go ahead. Member Hill.
Thank you, Miss, is it Abrahamian?
Yes.
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
I'm trying my best. So, and again, we interviewed a bunch of different consultants in this area, and we thought you were the best. So appreciate you joining us, and appreciate all your expertise.
Thank you for accommodating me virtually tonight. Very much appreciated.
Yes, and I think as you saw in the last meeting, that, you know, a lot of times when you first bring up a topic, that there needs to be some level setting and some digestion, and I think that I won't speak for the board, but I'll just speak for myself, that I think that we definitely need to have another study session to make sure that we're all on the same page and understand the options and come together with agreement, consensus around the best approach going forward. The one thing, though, that I would suggest is that we just be careful with the language that we use, because we, the board, at this point, are not talking about school consolidation. And so, number one, I don't think that we're at that point yet. And then number two, that is an area that creates a lot of division in our community. And so I think that we should, I think we talked about, as the superintendent had said, optimization. And quite frankly, that's not just related to schools, it's related to all the properties. But I think that I'm looking forward to another study session, and we didn't have one of our key members here, member Block. So we'll be able to have everybody there and have a productive discussion and hopefully be able to provide direction going forward. So thank you.
Thank you. That sounds great.
Anyone else?
I would like to echo what Member Hill said. I think the first order of business is to have you take us through a goal setting so that we know we can set the goals for the 7-Eleven committee so they know exactly what their charge is. Which properties are they going to be looking at? The 7-Eleven committee, correct me if I'm wrong, will recommend properties that could be considered surplus, and after that happens, then it's really up to the board to decide if we want to go with an option that retains our ownership, like a lease option, or if we want to sell the property or do anything with it. But our options will come out of the 7-Eleven committee's recommendations. And I just really think we need to move forward because we have schools that now have been empty for too many years, and there's a lot of vandalism there. And we have other properties that were not considered in previous 7-Eleven committees that I think should be on the list. But then that's up to us as a board, to working with you to define what those properties are. So I think the next study session should be to define exactly the scope of the 7-Eleven committee so that we can move forward quickly with organizing it.
Anyone else? Okay. Superintendent, what else do we need to do with this at this
I
point?
think the big next steps will be, I probably need to survey you to be able to identify a date that we can do our next study session. There's really no actions yet here this evening. I love the idea of having another study session to be able to really hone in. I think that study session, one of the things that we talked about in our last kind of understanding of some of the processes would be to actually televise that one. So I want to make sure that we are able to make sure that that one's televised where people could, watch it, especially as we probably get ready to enter into the new school year. I think it will be a busy time for people, and they may want to go back and preview some of what the board's talking about and make sure that they also understand, for the record, exactly, the direction that the board is looking to give the responsibilities to the 7-Eleven committee.
Okay, great, thank you.
Just want to thank our attorney for joining us here this evening and taking the time. I'm sorry for the delay.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the board members' thoughtful comments. And yes, absolutely, we'll incorporate those items in the upcoming session. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you. All right, moving on to 11.3, Resolution 2024.25.47 in support of a commitment of funds for the 25-26 school year. This is we need to take action on this. Any comments? Member Hill.
Yeah, so I have a question here because I think there's a challenge because if we look at the budget that's been presented and we look at the committed funds, so there were committed funds from the prior year, but we didn't identify anything in the budget for this year. So I'm not sure exactly what we're approving, unless I'm missing something.
Still, are you able to address that? I think she's.
Yes, I am. So, in the prior interim reports and in the budget adoption, we outlined the commitment of the funds to these unrestricted general fund dollars to the commitment for economic uncertainty. So this is not in Fund 17. We're leaving it in Fund 01, but we're saying that these dollars will be used then in subsequent years as part of the contributions that we're going to have to make for the excessive expenditures that you mentioned, Trustee Hill. And that's basically what we're saying is we're taking those $3 million and we're using that for fund balancing in subsequent years, including the next upcoming year. So you'll see that our fund balance ends in 25-26 is projected to end with $6.4 million. But if we hadn't committed the $3 million to that, then obviously that number would go down.
So the question I have, and I'm looking at page 66. So if I look at page 66 and I look at committed funds, so on the left-hand side, estimated actuals, we've got all these categories, right? So facilities improvement, deferred maintenance, et cetera, et cetera. On the budget side, on the right-hand side, we just have $3 million that is for, what does it say here? Is it MYP savings? Is that what it is? The part that I'm not understanding is that per my calculation, we will be ending this year, if our estimated actuals are correct, with $26.5 million in our general fund left over. In our savings account, $26.5 million. Even with our projected whopping deficit of $10 million next year, 26 minus 10 leaves you $16 million. But we only have committed funds for $3 million, right?
Because the remainder of those funds have been committed already, or they've been committed. Remember, we're looking at 24-25. What was the remaining? These were unallocated dollars from the 24-25 budget that we're saying we're bringing this over to 25-26. We're committing it to the Fund 01 fund balance to be utilized in one of these categories where we have these categories that are facilities improvements. We're saying we're not going to put any of this into facilities improvement. We're actually looking at the declining enrollment as a place to put that. But it really is all of these funds that are committed right now obviously are going to have to be reallocated in subsequent years to address expenditure overages in the general fund or contributions that we're having to make to other funds from the general fund. So it basically is you're saying that we have to decide what we're doing with these $3 million. We're saying let's put it into the savings in 01, which is our commitments for the declining enrollment. But it's not going into Fund 17, it's staying in Fund 01.
Okay, so are you saying that from the current year estimated actuals, we've got facilities improvement at roughly 1.8 million, deferred maintenance at 500,000, technology refresh and upgrades at 1.1, that all those are going to be carried over into next year's budget?
Yes.
Okay.
Those commitments are already there. They were previously put into the budget.
Okay.
Yeah, through a resolution. And as you might recall, whenever we bring fund balance changes to the board, there's that tracking form that Jody puts together for you to see where those changes are in the fund balance.
Right, because what would just be helpful, and this is where our financials can be very confusing, is that I'm seeing committed, meaning that we're technically going to spend money on something. And so then I would anticipate that if we haven't spent money on it, that it would be carried forward into the following year's budget. But since I didn't see any dollars there, I assumed that, well, okay, I don't know, maybe it's spent or maybe it's being reallocated. But what you're saying is that we're carrying over all those line items.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions?
I do just want to call out one section there as you look at the budget. One of the things that we've done is we've been looking at our budget reductions, and as we've been trying to save money through various kinds of things that we've done that we've identified as being ways for us to save. You'll notice that there's something that's called the MYP savings for 26, 27, and 27, 28. It's approximately just a little under $8 million. These are funds that we've worked hard to go off and save, knowing that we're going to need them as we move into the 26, 27, and 27, 28 school year. So we've actually been trying to do some savings, and we've actually captured that. We've put it onto a budget line so that you know that this is what we're going to be spending. We started doing this when I first came here in December of 2023 as part of the first interim report that I brought to you. And then in 2024, as we got into the second interim, we were trying to grow that. Some of this work actually started under Mike Berg when he was here as a consultant. We carried on some of the different things that we were doing, and as part of the budget savings plans that we've been working on, as we identify funds, as we shut down, I don't know, software that we're not using, and we are able to save and capture those dollars, all those little savings pieces, that's what this money is here. And I just want to make sure that we call out, because we are going to end up spending that just under $8 million as we move forward, because we're going to need it. Like, we know we need to sit there and grow that particular account. That's important that we come back and we identify budget saving things that we still need to do. And that includes looking at all of our contracts, it includes looking at those things continuously. It includes closing down some of our POs a little sooner if we can do it, to make sure that we're really spending the money that we need to on the services that we need, and that we're not over projecting. So it's all those kinds of things, but I did want to mention that particular piece, because this was hard work that the district and the board worked on to be able to come up with this additional savings in addition to bringing our budget into alignment. So I think those are some of the things that, as I was working with Adam Bauer and the team, we were working with S&P. These are some things that we actually noted that we were able to do in the last year and a half. And I think it's important to sit there and call this out now, because we are going to end up using these dollars. They are being earmarked specifically and being planned for the future.
Okay, any other questions before we go for a vote? All right, may I ask for a motion, please?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2024.25.47.
Thank you. May I have a second, please?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. And vote, please. Thank you. We have 4 ayes and Member Hill as a no. All right, 11.4 Bond Measure O priority list.
Before you this evening is the Measure O priority list that the board discussed during their workshop. We've outlined all the priority areas that you talked about. It is a $40 million commitment to be able to get these projects done. This would be our first draw. And this is a priority list that we would be using as we identify those projects for this first draw. We'd like to thank the board for your help in helping us look at what needed to be done. We recognize that this first set of priorities is about taking the Band-Aid off and kind of fixing some of the bleeding items that have been out there, some of the most critical elements of our building plant that we need to address for health and safety type reasons. The next set of draws really will be getting into a little bit more of some of the other kinds of work. But I felt like this was an important element to be able to sit there and discuss. And so I just want to thank the board for your time and your patience as we work through this together. So thank you.
Any comments, questions? All right, I'd like to ask.
I'll make a motion to approve bond measure O priority list.
I had wanted to speak.
Oh,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm noticing the campus painting, that one school will receive a full exterior paint refit. Did we discuss that?
Mm-hmm. We did. That mainly is coming because you're going to be working on one of the multi-purpose rooms as part of your project, and then there'll have to be a painting scheme that goes along with that. Most likely, there'll be a lot of painting that goes on.
Oh, it's only for the multi-purpose room.
Well, it may also include the rest of that campus too at the same time. It was going to be
The whole school?
It would make sense.
Yes.
Well, if we paint the multi-purpose room the color it was, why would we need to paint the whole school? I remember when we painted all the schools, and it feels like yesterday, and I assume it's probably 7 or 8 years ago, but I just don't think we need to paint the whole school if we just need to repaint the multi-purpose room the color it was.
So that wasn't my understanding. My understanding is that you pulled out for one of the projects to do a painting scheme of one of the schools.
I think in the
It may also include mural work that also has to be done as well on that exterior wall of the multi-purpose room if it's one of the schools that gets selected that has a mural.
The minute you paint one school, the rest of them are going to say, well, our school wants to be painted too. I mean, painting all of our schools is not, every multi-purpose room that gets upgraded is going to be painted, the whole school?
The schools need to be repainted.
Our initial thing was to be able to repaint all the schools, and we pulled it down to one. That was the discussion.
Okay.
Member Aguiano? You're on the list. Did you want to speak? Okay, that's fine. Sometimes I think sometimes if you hit your mic on or off, it kind of hits that. Maybe I hit it. I don't know. Okay, so we have a motion from Member Hill. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, great. Thank you. And we will take a vote. All right. So we have 4 ayes for the priority list and 1 no, which is Thomas. What's that? Oh. Okay. Comment about the painting. Why won't, there it goes. Sometimes the lag on when I hit to reset the voting, it just sits there. All right, resolution 2024-20.25.34, certifying the Board of Supervisors of Alameda County, all proceedings on the November 5th, 2024 general obligation bond election.
Thank you. Before you this evening is the certifying paperwork that we need to send to the supervisors of Alameda County.
Okay.
This actually starts the clock for your ticking too, is to being able to go off and do some formations of things, including the CBOC committee. So there are other elements that will be happening, other actions that will happen with your bylaws and stuff that will follow this.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve Resolution 2024.25.34?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you. And a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. And voting. Okay, guys, thank you. All right, moving on to 11.6. Before we begin, I need to make it known that there is one error on the resolution. It has been corrected in the signed copy that we are signing tonight. The physical copy that we are signing, the date has been corrected on there, and it has an incorrect date. I think it says May 6th, but it should have said June 25th, 2025. It does on the printed copy that we will be voting on. Today we had one public comment. Ms. Parks?
Do you guys have this all up on your screen? Okay. So, as you all know, I'm on the Measure G committee. So for somebody who is looking at it from the bylaws that we currently had and how we've operated and first of all, it's the number on it says it's on page 3. I think it's page 1, just as a start. So I'll stick to their numbers. So under section 3 duties, it says the committee shall perform only the following duties. And this is, again, the committee's duties. You go into 3.1, inform the public, 3.2, review expenditures, and then, but there's other duties that the job has responsibilities for. And then it goes on to talking about the annual report. There's a typo in here. It starts to show a parenthetical statement, which isn't correct. Then it goes on to 3.4, which isn't the duties of the committee, it's the duties of the superintendent and the board. So personally, this document is not well thought out. It goes on to talk about, section 3 talks about the oversight of the Measure O projects. And then it goes on, section 4 is authorizing the activities. It talks about that we receive, that we have to inspect the school properties, which that should be under the duties, because when you're spelling out that we're going to inform the public and we're going to review the expenditures, part of our duties is that we have to go and inspect the properties to look at the work that's been done. Then we also review the deferred maintenance. We also look to make sure that you're maximizing your bang for your buck. Those are some of the duties of this committee, and it's not as if that to me, it all should be in the same area as far as the duties of the committee. It also, under the annual setting dates, it says that you meet no more frequently than quarterly. There are times where we've had to meet more than quarterly. We would have to meet more when we're talking about the annual report. I would just recommend that you not approve this. I would ask that you not, because it is not, I don't think it's a document that is very professionally, I hope you didn't pay for this. It's not very professionally put together. Okay, and it's not categorized properly is what I would say. Thank you.
Comments?
I will tell you, this is a legal document that was put together by our legal team to meet the intent of the law. I am not, it is not my area of expertise. I did not put this document together, but I have to believe that our attorney who worked on this and put this together has done so for many other entities, and this is her area of expertise. We can go back and we can double check. You could bring it back at your August meeting. It is creating a very tight timeline for you to be able to put out to the citizens for the oversight committee to be able to apply without seeing the bylaws. So either you could do them as draft bylaws and bring it back. I suppose maybe that's something that you could do. This is a draft with maybe a revision that could happen. I don't have the attorney here right now to be able to speak to some of the matters that Mrs. Park just spoke to.
Okay.
And I know there was one other comment, I know that came to the board with regards to the superintendent's role in looking at the applications. My role, or whoever is appointed into that role by the board, their role in looking at the applications is just to make sure that the applications have all the correct information on it before they would bring it to the board, basically to qualify it that it meets the perk test that goes along with it. I think there was some misunderstanding of that. As far as separation of duties, the one thing I can tell you is that the board can always bring back their bylaws at any time to be able to review and amend or add to it. So you could approve them tonight as written. You could have the attorney come and present to you in August. And if you want to make an amendment, you could do that as part of a draft. Maybe that's another opportunity for us to be able to keep things moving. And that way you have an expert that's able to actually answer that. And yes, you are paying for that service.
Member Hill? Then Member Block.
So as someone very wise once said, retrofit, do not redesign. And so what I would like to suggest is we had a bond before, we had Measure G, and we had bylaws. And so I don't know why we threw those out and we started over, and it kind of sounds like this is a mess. And so per the superintendent's comment, if we're trying to keep the ball rolling, I would say that let's adopt our Measure G bylaws, and we can substitute Measure O for Measure G, and we can call them draft, and then we can tell the attorney, we have a budget deficit and we have problems with legal expenses, and so please don't reinvent the wheel. Why don't you start with this one and you can clean it up and modernize it? But I think that we need that this does not seem appropriate, right? And I don't know why we're just completely starting over. So that's my 2 cents.
I will say that your bylaws were older. They were somewhat outdated from the last time that you passed, and although you've done 1 or 2 bylaw amendments over that time period, there might be new laws that you need to make sure that you address. And I cannot speak on those, but I believe that is an element that's sitting out there that we have to make sure that we do, because we told the voters that there were certain things that we were going to do within the duties of our Measure O oversight committee.
And that's why I'm saying, right? So just as when we have our own board bylaws, we don't just like hire some attorney and then they just come up with something new. We take the existing bylaw, we look at what CSBA has to say, we look at what whoever else has to say, and we do edits. And so I think we send our initial bylaws back to the attorney and say, this is the starting point, and then you can tell us where there need to be made modifications. But I don't feel comfortable with us reinventing the wheel.
Member Block, sorry.
Do we think that would be plausible?
I will say you are the board. Anything is possible. You get to adopt your own bylaws. It's a suggestion. It's your suggestion. You can say if you make the motion and you make the second and the majority of you agree. I'm not telling you it's the right thing to do, but that's what the board wants to do. You most certainly are welcome to that.
Member Thomas?
I think I agree with Member Hill that we take what's good in the Measure G bylaws and maybe even consider an ad hoc committee that would include folks that worked like Member Knoop, Mr. Knoop, and Ms. Parks to maybe be part of an ad hoc committee that make recommendations for updating the bylaws to answer their concerns, and then just have an attorney quickly look it over before it's brought back. But in the meantime, we can use these as a draft, or the Measure G ones as a draft, for the purposes of attracting members.
Do we know for a fact that the lawyer did not look at the Measure G prior to writing these up?
I don't know that answer.
You don't know? Okay.
I honestly don't know that answer. I think that the attorney looked at the new current laws that are sitting out there and wanted to create bylaws that would help and support the work of the Citizens Oversight Committee. That's what I believe was done.
Yeah, I don't believe there was anything major other than the terms, the length of the terms and a few minor things like that. I can't imagine any law change that seems to be different from what the Measure G was, but, you know, it would be worthy of having someone look it over real quick.
Yeah, because there are mentions of codes in here which more than likely have been updated since Measure G was like 25
I would imagine
or 30
so.
years
I think
ago.
there's been lots of changes that have happened. Would you like to speak on this, Adam? So, you know, with us this evening is Adam Bauer. You all know Adam. He's our financial consultant. He obviously deals with a lot of this work because of his work and nature with finance teams and being able to report. So thank you for being here this evening.
So I just want to make sure I have some points of clarification. You do have 60 days to do this from the date that you just said, date 11.5. Now, but that does make it difficult to recruit and get people in to serve in the committee. The law firm that worked on your most recent bond series, I didn't look to see if it was the one that actually drafted the measures, but the one that was doing the last series of bonds is the same law firm that did this. And they're one of the law firms that does either top one or top two every year in doing these GEO bonds. So while I haven't looked at the prior one in recent memory, I have a feeling it's it's pretty close to an update of that. But that, I think whatever approach you want to do, either just wait and try to come back at another meeting, look at the prior one and submit that to them, that could work as well, or adopt this one in draft. If there's anything significant, you can make adjustments. So whatever three of those options you want to do, you have time to work through that.
So if we were to wait, how does that impact our 60-day window?
The action you took was a trigger for the 60 days. So that starts. Now
we already took that action.
That's right.
We
So
voted on that already.
So it's a matter of resolving it in that 60 days.
But it does have an impact because, like, we wanted to be able to advertise it to our community.
Right.
We want to be able to put it out there. With it, we'd like to be able to attach the bylaws because some of the things that they're looking at is what does the law say? And so the CBOC committee that you are forming is tied to your Measure O, and that really is what the bylaws are related to. And so I don't know that it's problematic, but I don't know that it isn't problematic. I can't really answer that question here, and I apologize for not having that answer for you. But
all right.
I think, though, you've got a couple different choices. But I think most likely there'll be some sort of revision no matter what comes back, because if you've got concerns with some of the elements that Mrs. Parks has addressed, I think we can go back and we can work through those. I think they're definitely workable. I don't think it's a whole lot different than what the last one was, and looking at the couple of things, I would say the code sections are probably the biggest update, but as far as some of the charges, and by the way, there were modifications that were made by the Board of Education. I don't know if it was at the request of the CBOC committee or if it was at the request of board members that wanted to see the CBOC committee do some different things during its time period, but there was, I know for sure, a change in how membership was done at one point in recent years, and for good reasons. You had good stewards that were working on things, and I think you wanted the opportunity. That same language was carried over. That was the one piece of language I wanted to make sure was carried over from Measure G that we discussed, and I believe it's in this bylaw as well. So I don't know that it's substantially different as far as the actual duties go. I think it would be a great discussion for the CBOC committee when they come together and look at duties and come back and make some recommendations, and you make the modifications. That's something that you could also do.
It seems to me, oh, I'm sorry, Member Hill, I'm out of order.
The president's never out of order.
I'm always out of order.
So my sense is, right, as you were mentioning, Superintendent, that we want to have community buy-in. So my feeling is that if we have a former CBOC member come to us this evening and tell us that these are problematic. And then I think all of us, I'm not sure, I'll just say myself, that another key CBOG member emailed us and said these are problematic. And so if we just go forward and say, well, whatever, we're just going to go with what the lawyer said, we're not going to get community buy-in. And so my sense is that the fastest path forward is take what we have existing. We say this is a draft. We send it back to a lawyer, and I'm sure that they are happy to, rack up as many billable hours as necessary to go and fix that. And quite frankly, it shouldn't take that long. It's a red line. And so, but I would say let's not just throw the baby out with the bathwater. Let's start with what we have. We can then update it, and then we can bring it back, and we still keep the train rolling. That's my suggestion.
So if I'm understanding correctly, use this one that we've got in front of us.
No, use
Go
G.
back to Measure G. Okay, all right. Okay. Any other comments on going back to Measure G as a draft and moving forward so that we can move forward? Okay, even though we don't have the Measure G bylaws in front of us, we would like to adopt a draft of the Measure G bylaws to use to move forward. Am I?
No, you're taking
Hearing-
the Measure G you're turning the Measure G bylaws into Measure O.
Okay, so turning Measure G bylaws into the Measure O bylaws as a draft?
Yes.
As a draft, so that at our next meeting, at the first CBOC meeting, I'm not clear on.
So later in the agenda, there's a recommendation that we have a board meeting in July. And so I'd say that you could tee it up for that meeting.
It's possible.
Well, that's, knowing that also, I was thinking, well, we won't have to wait till August. We can handle it.
I'd want you to do it as early as possible. So we really want to be able to get out that advertisement.
Yeah.
It's important that we really try to do community reach out, especially with the number of committee members that you need to have that are very diverse in what the law requires.
So if we're going to basically bring this forward, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get my mind around it. If we're going to bring this forward at the potential July 21st meeting, do we need to do anything now, or are we?
Yeah, so I think what they're saying is to keep the ball rolling, that we would adopt our Measure G bylaws in draft form, and with the action that the lawyer will update them based on current Measure O requirements. And so we're adopting the draft Measure G to be converted into Measure O for our next meeting.
I'll second that.
All right, I'll get the vote ready.
Toya, did you get the motion? Yes, but did you understand what the motion was? Yes, I think I.
So the motion is to adopt in draft form the Measure G bylaws in draft form to be updated for Measure O with the appropriate code updates.
All right. Okay, so Member Hill made the motion. Member Thomas, is that correct? Member Thomas, second?
Yes.
Okay, and 5 ayes. Sorry. All right, we are now looking at Resolution 2024-25.36, authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation bonds bonds election of 2024, series 2025, in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $40 million and approving related documents and actions. Superintendent?
Thank you. So before you this evening, is this your part? Were you talking about this part of it? Or no?
I'm here to support you.
Okay, great. So with us here this evening is Adam, who's really here to talk about the sale of our general obligation bonds and exactly how this would proceed. And I think I'm going to have him come up to the podium and just share a little bit of information about the timelines.
Great, and thank you. Thank you for your time. This item is the first issuance under your recent measure. Congratulations, and I think I told you that previously. The survey results did not say you should do as well as you did, so I think your community really came out to support it and is really excited about doing this. But this first issuance will be the $40 million, and then each time we do an issuance, we'll come back and ask for your approval again. And I'll do the same kind of updates with the numbers and shows why it's reasonable. If you're asking for more, I'll show why it's not. This amount is reasonable for your assessed value and where interest rates are today. And so that's that first item is, should you take action on this, you've given district staff to move forward within the parameters of that resolution, and then we'll be able to bring those bonds to market as long as the market stays relatively close to where it is today. That's 11.7. 11.8 is a very small refinancing. I've told you a few times, I would not recommend doing this, but you're already doing a lot of the other work. And so if we tack this on, we just get to bring a little bit of taxpayer savings to the taxpayers. But on a standalone basis, that would just not be worth even considering. The savings are not enough. But like I said, if you combine it, then it makes some economic sense to do so. So those are the two items you have before you. As far as timeline, we would hope to print the preliminary official statement within the next few days. That would allow us to be in the market just after the 4th of July week. 4th of July week is typically a very bad week. There's very few investors around. And then after that, we get to close the transaction, and that is about 2 weeks after that, so just towards the end of July. I need to check the dates on here, but hopefully we can send the attorney with some updates on your meeting of your bylaws with how the results went. But whenever those are available, we'll get them to district staff, but maybe that'll correlate with your next meeting.
Great. Thank you so much. All right, so as we look at 11.7 for Resolution 2024-25.36, do we have any questions before we have a vote? All right, so could I have a motion, please?
I make a motion to approve.
A second, please.
Second.
Thank you. And please vote. Thank you. 5 ayes. And we're going to move right into 11.6 11.8, Resolution 2024-25.37, which is authorizing the issuance and sale of general obligation refunding bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $4 million to refund outstanding general obligation bonds and approving all related docs and documents and actions. May I have a motion, please? Question, please.
And this is directed to Mr. Bauer. So, Mr. Bauer, so this 11.8 is about doing a refinancing for $4 million. So you talked about costs or tax savings. So what are the costs associated with this? And then when we compare the costs against the savings, what's the net savings?
Can I start backwards? The net savings as of earlier today would be $129,000 on a net present value basis. And the cost for adding it was about $15,000 to $20,000, but those savings are after that cost has already been factored in. But this is one of the smallest amount of savings we've ever done. There's remaining maturities that you can get this minor amount of savings.
Okay, thank you.
All right, may I have a motion for Resolution 2024-25.37?
I move to approve Resolution 2024.25.37.
Second, please.
I second.
Thank you. And start the vote. And tally 5 ayes. Thank you. No.
We all voted yes.
We all voted yes. It showed up 5 yeses first, and then it switched over. I don't know what it did. But I did see 5 ayes. You saw 5. Okay. All right.
So you just want to make sure that that's recorded as 5 ayes.
Yeah. 11.9, policy adoption for board policy 3470, debt issuance and management. All right, so I don't know why this one is in here versus being under non-personnel items. Does it have to do with the fact that it's,
We
with-
moved this one up. This was moved up as a decision by, when we were doing agenda review, to move this one up because we thought it aligned with the rest of the policies that we were doing, or the rest of the actions that were being done.
Okay. I think that must have been, was I still there? I don't think I was there then. All right, so 11.9. May I have a motion to accept this board policy?
I move that we accept the board policy.
Okay, and a second?
I second.
Thank you, and a vote?
Thank you very much, Mr. Bauer. Appreciate you staying here this evening and
Thank you
helping
so
us.
much for staying so late. All right, 11.10, the 2025 to 2027 contract between NUSD and the Regents of the University of California Puente Project Program. Oh, sorry. Open this up for discussion. And I have a couple comments. I believe, this is my opinion, the Puente program should first and foremost serve our UPP students. If and only if there's space in the program's class requirements, because they have specific classes they need to take. Could the remaining seats in the classes be open to other students on perhaps a lottery basis if there are more students than there are spaces? In addition, at the time when we need to carefully evaluate, since we are carefully evaluating our budget expenditures, I would also like to look that when the field trips, when the students go on the field trips, that perhaps we look at students who look at a sliding scale. I know some of it is built into the LCAP, but some of it is not, or unless all of it is built into the LCAP. But again, if it's all built into the LCAP, especially when it comes to the college visit field trips, if we're spending that money on students who are not UPP kids, that doesn't make sense. I don't know what the legal parameters of that would be, but perhaps those students that are in the Puente program that are not considered UPP kids or students would help financially support on a sliding scale. And those are just kind of my thoughts about, I think it's a great program. I think the students really benefit from it, but I also feel that it needs to serve the kids that it was intended for originally, which are the kids who might not have an opportunity to go on a field trip or to be part of a program that discusses the issues that they discuss. And I will open it up for anyone else. Member Hill.
Just quickly, President Jones, I support your approach there because I think that that's a better category to use because I don't think that this program should be race-based, right? I think it should be based on need, right? And so therefore, it opens it up to everybody that has a need there.
Member Thomas?
I agree with both of you. I think that we should hold this over. I would like to have the people that run the program out of, I think it's UC Berkeley, don't they?
I'm not sure what university it is, it just says Regents of the University of California.
Yeah, so I think it's up in Berkeley, but I think it would be good to have them come and speak to why they recommend that the membership not be UPP, but follow the membership or the district's, what do you call them? However,
You mean the ethnic background?
the ethnicity backgrounds of the district. I think that change must have come at some point in time because my understanding early on was that it was directed at our underserved kids, especially those whose parents never went to college. I also have a lot of questions that I'd like to ask them about. I think this $12,000 a year goes toward the fact that they do a survey of students and follow them on. But when they do the survey results, they don't tell us how many of the graduates they interviewed. They just tell us how many. They only tell us how many they interviewed. They don't tell us how many actually graduated. So I'm not sure those statistics that they give are good. And the one thing I've asked repeatedly of our people, and also when I've talked to others, I'd like to know the breakdown of our students that are graduating A through G, because that is one of the big measurements that they make. And they say, okay, our Puente kids have 70% graduating A through G, and yet they don't give us the UPP breakdown. How many of those students are UPP? Because only about 43% of our overall population graduates A through G, and our underserved and low-income Latinos is even only in the 26% or something like that. So those are very, very low numbers. And so if 80% of the Puente graduates are A through G eligible, we need to know how many of those are the targeted UPP kids. So I would like to hold this over and have the university people come down, the people that manage a Puente program, and answer our questions and give us a presentation and a rationale.
I think
Member
that's.
Block. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If I can just try to address that. So I think the university people will be more than happy to come make a presentation. However, I do want to let you know that the Puente program has already done their interviews and have selected their students, which will be incorporated in their master's schedule. So the likelihood of having the timing where the master's schedule would allow for the Puente program and the students that have been selected to be in that program may not align with the timing to be able to bring the Puente advisors in to be able to talk with you about their overall recruitment standards. So there may be a change in time because the school year will start. We have to produce the master schedules for the kids, and this would be a portion those students have already been selected for this year. Your change really would probably happen, your direction would probably be for the following year. This is a 2-year contract. And so I just want to let you know that that could be not problematic, but there is a challenge in there, right, with trying to make sure that we provide students with their schedules that they need to have.
Then I would also ask that we talk about that we talk about the maybe fee for service going on these field trips, because we should be aware of how much money those field trips do cost. And also, I don't know, I just feel that we need to look at whether that program is even organized correctly for us in the future.
Member Block.
Thank you. I think that, of course, everything is subject to discussion, and it's always good to ask questions and to learn more and, to always look about how to improve programs. But Puente is a beloved program in this community. It's one that people say nothing but wonderful things about. There are hundreds of students who've gone through it and staff members who are incredibly happy with how it works. And I think sometimes when we have these conversations, we make people in the community nervous that we're going to take away something that is absolutely beloved and that's done a lot of good. So I think we just need to really make sure we clarify that this is something that we are supporting, that we want to continue, that we do not want to take away in any way, shape, or form. This is something that's done a lot of good in our community for a long time. And I think it's all well and good to have a discussion and have a conversation, but I think we do need to clarify our support for it as well, because I think it does a lot of really positive things for our Newark community.
If I can just give you some background information, their website does say that it is open to all students and can include students from low-income backgrounds, first-generation college students, and students of certain racial and ethnic backgrounds. 95 students are enrolled in Puente for 25-26 school year. 43 are free and reduced lunch, 25 RPEP, and 1 foster youth, with 67% of them being Hispanic.
Is that for this coming year?
That is for the incoming freshman class.
And is that, and we take the money out of LCAP, is that correct?
Portion of it, and then schools are also required to give a contribution to it, which would come out of their SIPSA.
Okay, yeah, I don't want anybody to get me wrong either, and I agree with Member Block. I think the program is fabulous. I think it's been really good in our community. I just want to make sure that it's not being taken advantage of.
And what did you say the percentage of Latino or Hispanic students?
If I did my numbers correctly, 67 out of the 95
2/3 roughly.
are Hispanic, or identifying as Hispanic.
2/3.
And you also had your foster youth numbers in there too.
Yeah.
We have 1 foster youth.
Okay, and how many are UPP, did you say?
33 are free and reduced lunch.
33 out of the 90?
95.
So a third.
About a third. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate the information. Yes.
So Ms. Allard, I really appreciate you clarifying that piece there because the numbers were a little higher, the percentage rate. In regards to the funding, the monies, there's always room for improvement. We, just talking about how can we get the parent compact, the parent engagement, be a part of this for the parents to be able to chaperone. They'll reduce the funds or the money spent on the field trips, and they'll create a bigger bond. Not only that, the access that the families would have would be second to none. And they'll see where their children will be attending, how will they be living, what are they going to be eating. So just getting a little more information, background on the parents themselves having that peace of mind. That speaks out. So we could always restructure or actually mention to have a little bit more access for our families to be able to join and to partake in these events as well, especially the field trips.
Okay. Can I ask?
Member Thomas?
I have a question. Is there any way we can find out of last year's graduates what percentage were of our UPP, what percentage of UPP were A through G? What percentage of them were UPP, and of those, how many were A through G graduates?
Are you talking about just in Puente or altogether?
From the 24,
No, just for
from the
Puente.
24-25 class?
Pardon?
From the 24-25 class?
Yes.
Okay. Could I have a motion to approve the contract for the 25 through 27 school years between the district and the University of University of California Puente Project Program?
I'd make a motion to approve the 2025 through 2027 contract between New York Unified School District and the Regents of the University of California Puente Project Program.
Thank you. And a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. And do the vote. Thank you. 5 ayes. All right, moving on to 11.11, approval to add an additional regular board meeting on July 21st, 2025. Any discussion needed, or shall we vote?
I'll make a motion, but unfortunately, I had been under the assumption that we weren't meeting in July, as had been the case up until I saw the agenda 2 days ago. So unfortunately, I already have flights and hotels non-refundable booked. I will not be in town that day, so I will not be able to attend. But I'll still make a motion to approve it because I know the meeting needs to happen.
And a second?
I second.
Thank you. And I guess if we need at least 4 of us here, correct, to have the meeting?
You do need at least, you need to have 3 of you.
Oh, you need to have 3. Okay. All right. So if somebody else is gone, then it won't be a problem. All right. Start voting, please.
And if I can just share, really, the main purpose for this meeting really is in the event that we are able to bring in a chief as the assistant superintendent, because it would be a contract and you had to have it done at a regular meeting when you read that out. And we didn't want to miss the opportunity who is in the pool, that we would not be able to get them hired. It's rather competitive right now.
Okay, 5 ayes. And if we don't have anything else on the agenda, I'm sure I can pile it up with board policies and ARs.
Sorry. Didn't I put the word like brief meeting? I missed that word.
Just kidding. Not really, but okay, 11.12. Ethical standards. Yeah, we just got a whole other like 38 of them added onto the spreadsheet today. Ethical standards and conflict of interest discussion. This is on here as a discussion.
So since President Jones, I've been the one that's been requesting this over the past couple of meetings, and we've had board discussion. I'd like to just maybe briefly set the stage. And since we've also discussed this in closed session, as it could involve anticipated litigation, I think that we've had a number of discussions, but I'd like to just sort of frame the question or the topic as I see it. So for those people that have been watching board meetings for the past few years, they know that I've been very active in looking at procurement issues and making sure that we avoid conflicts of interest. And this topic has come up across multiple administrations, and I've been very insistent that we as fiduciaries need to make sure that we're spending the public's money wisely and that we're getting the best value for the dollar. And I think that an issue that has come up recently is that we have seen that in the last bond effort that we had some vendors that had made campaign contributions to our bond campaign, and there is a potential conflict of interest, and so I think that we, the board, need to take a stand both on what's already happened as well as how we would like to see things happen going forward. But before we make that decision or have a further discussion, I just want to read something, and this actually came from Lozano Smith's board handbook from a couple years ago. So they quoted a case. It's called Thompson versus Call, 1985. And the quote that they have is, "There is a common law prohibition against participating in decisions where personal loyalties are present. As a decision maker, the public expects the public officials to be impartial and avoid favoritism. Under the common law doctrine, a public official is impliedly bound to exercise the powers conferred on him with disinterested skill, zeal, and diligence, and primarily for the benefit of the public. Such doctrine strictly requires public officers to avoid placing themselves in a position in which personal interests may come into conflict with their duty to the public. If a situation arises where a common law conflict of interest exists as to a particular transaction, the official must disqualify him or herself from taking any part in the discussion or vote regarding the particular matter. The purpose of the conflict laws, so the purpose of the conflict laws is to prevent even the appearance of impropriety. And so what I would like to stress, my position is that, and this occurs in procurement across multiple industries and multiple companies, you cannot be picking, you cannot even have the appearance of conflict of interest with your vendors, and particularly in public procurement. And when you have a situation where a vendor potentially gives the district something, even if it is just the district, at a minimum, it creates the appearance of conflict of interest. And if we're serious about setting the tone about what we want to be going forward, I think that we need to establish a policy decision. And so my request is that we talk about the policy decision tonight, and then we can have subsequent meetings over where we meet with lawyers or whoever to figure out how to operationalize it. But my recommendation is, and this is partly based on some recent laws that are related to campaign contributions and vendors, and even as it applies to basically public measures, right? So measures that are on the ballot. So the law basically states that contributions should not be given by vendors that are either currently doing business with the agency, or potentially are going to be doing business with the agency within a 12-month period. And we have a couple of vendors currently that gave us campaign contributions while they were doing business, and one was very substantial. So my recommendation around this, to avoid conflict of interest, is that we the board establish a policy direction that essentially says, for those vendors that actually gave campaign contributions while they were vendors here, that we would disqualify them from being vendors for the current bond series, and that they would be able to come back for the next series. And there's only a couple that would fall into that category. The remainder who gave campaign contributions but were not currently vendors, I believe that we should put a 12-month moratorium on their doing business with the district. And then going forward, for future elections, et cetera, I think that we ought to establish a policy that states that if effectively NUSD is not for sale, and that if you as a vendor are free to exercise your free speech rights and to give contributions to anybody that you like, including our district. But if you decide that you're going to give contributions to our district, you are going to be precluded from being a vendor. And I think we can discuss what the time period is, whether that's 5 years, 4 years, 3 years, whatever, but that going forward. But I think that we establish a tougher rule to really send a message, because if vendors understand that there are consequences to doing this, they will not do it, and then we will avoid conflict of interest. So that's my position on this topic, and my suggestion is that if we can get some alignment from the board around what we think would be a general policy direction, then we can have a subsequent meeting with the lawyers, et cetera, to work out the details. So that's my suggestion.
I'd like to make one clarifying statement from something that you said. The donations are not given to the district. The donations are given to the committee. And I just want to make sure that we're really clear that the donations they are not given to the district. They are given to the committee. Member Thomas?
Yes, but the committee is responsible for not soliciting nor accepting gifts for a bond, for example. A bond committee is not able to do that. So I couldn't have said it any better than Member Hill said it. I really think we need to make very sure that we are not even having the perception of a conflict of interest. And I think having a resolution or a board policy that states that specifically in the way he said it, I think is perfect. It's the way I'd like to go forward with it, creating an understanding with our vendors that they should not be even giving us the appearance of conflict of interest by providing donations to us, nor should we be accepting them.
Do you want to speak? Sorry, I don't have that list.
Sure, thank you.
That list up.
Yeah, I mean, certainly I'm in agreement that, we have work to do as a board to continue to, win back the public's trust. And I think this is part of that process. So certainly I'm all for issuing a resolution or a board policy to ensure that we are earning the trust of the public by making sure that these bond funds are spent ethically and honestly. I'm not going to speak at length on this because there's some other things on the agenda that I'd really like to also get to that I think are important to discuss with regards to instruction. But certainly the general idea of this conversation is one that I can get on board with.
All right, any other comments? Okay, I would like to move on to onto the consent agenda, personnel items. We have one item, we have a public comment for 12.3. Ms. Parks? In the 2 minutes, please.
I just wanted to address the 12.3, the job description for the manager systems and, or whatever, however that was for the IT. Anyhow, given the financial outlook and how many positions have been eliminated due to deficit spending, doesn't it seem hypocritical to create a higher level position in that same department with a higher salary with such financial constraints? The position that you laid off, I looked at the salary schedule, and based on what that person makes and what this person is going to make, it's a difference of, if it's, doing the A, B, C, D columns, E column, if they're on the same level, of course, it's a difference of $3,500 a month. So, it's bad optics. You know what I'm saying is you're laying off these positions and then you're bringing in people with a bigger title and bigger money. That's just my concern. And I just hope that you consider that when you're making these decisions, the layoffs, and now you're hiring somebody else with a different job.
Thank you. Okay, any other items that need to be pulled for discussion before we have a vote? Member Hill?
I'd like to pull 12.3 and 12.5, please.
Okay. All right. Okay, anyone else? Um, 12.3, you want to speak on pulling that? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so just quickly, and this echoes the comments I made regarding HR earlier, just so that Mr. Williams knows that I'm not picking on him. So again, right, we have a spending problem. And what I'm concerned about is that when we went through this whole budget exercise back in February, we were told that the sky is falling and we got to lay off all these positions, and a couple of them were in IT. And we were assured, okay, if we do this, we're going to course correct, et cetera. So we laid them off, but now we're coming back and we're hiring somebody that costs more than the people we laid off. So is it a wonder that our budget is exploding, right? So I am, and the issue that we have is that we are not talking about taking stuff off the plate. Right, we cannot keep adding staff, and we particularly cannot keep adding at a managerial level for a district that is in declining enrollment. And so at some point we're going to have to wake up, and hopefully we wake up before we hit the wall. And so I cannot support this again. I empathize with the challenges that IT faces, But my viewpoint is that, and having worked in IT for most of my career, there is always more demand for IT than there is supply, no matter what you do. We could add IT on an infinite basis, and there would still be more demand. What we need to do is we need to take and say, you know what, we've got existing supply, and this is what we can do, and this is what we can't do. So that's my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, and 12.5?
And then 12.5, the only reason I pulled it is so I could vote no on it, but I don't want to vote no on everything. And again, it's nothing personal, Mr. Williams.
Okay. I'm going to ask for a motion for the personnel agenda, consent agenda items. That would be voting on all 5 at the same time.
I would like to just make a comment to Mr. Hill's concerns. When we brought our budget reduction plan to you back in February, we very clearly talked about the need to be able to reduce some positions so that we could grow some other areas that we need to have support in. One of the areas was in IT, and that we talked about some of the expertise that was needed, and that we had done an assessment of what the 2 techs were doing and felt that the job could be done by 1 tech, and that there was a need to increase to be able to provide the services that are needed for our students and for our student information system to ensure that our network and everything runs optimal, and to be able to address the IT issues. And so this was actually something that was brought forward in a plan as part of the reduction. The team took a hit on some areas so that they could grow in other areas. You may also recall at that time, you also returned, I believe it was 2 positions that you returned back to IT, and said that they could also keep a management position that was recommended. And there was a discussion, a robust discussion on it, and that is why this is coming back to you today. And so I just want to remind you of the conversation that we had back in February and March when this was discussed.
And what I would just like to say again is that I could understand this if we were making trade-offs and our expenses are going down. Our expenses are exploding. So where are we cutting, right? So until I see a plan that shows that we're cutting and that our expenses are going down and our budget is going down, it would be fiscally irresponsible for me to support continued spending.
That I understand.
All right, so can I ask for a motion on the consent agenda personnel items?
I will make a motion to approve the consent agenda personnel items.
And a second, please.
I second.
Thank you. And a vote, please. Thank you. 5 ayes.
And that's just the POW.
No, that was the entire consent.
No, so that, I'm sorry. So that's why I pulled those, right, is so that we can vote separately on those. So I'm not supporting 12.3 and 12.5.
All right, we'll just rescind that. So I'd like to rescind the vote on, let's see, Member Block and Member Hill. I'm going to need you to rescind the consent agenda personnel items.
Okay, I'll rescind my motion.
Thank you.
Or rescind
Thank you.
my second.
All right, and we need a vote to do the rescind. What did you want to vote on that? It's too late now. Yes, okay, so 5 yeses on the rescind. Okay, so rescind. All right, Toya, did you get that? Thank you. Okay, so we are going to do, now I'm going to ask for a motion for the person, for 12.2, 12.4, and 12.6. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't clear that. Okay, so I gotta rewrite this. Motion for Point 2, point 4, and point 6. All right, may I have a motion for 12.2, point 4, and point 6?
I move that we approve 12.2, point 4, and point 6.
Okay, and a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, and we'll take a vote. And 5 ayes. All right, and so now we are going to vote on 12.3. May I have a motion for 12.3?
I'll make a motion to approve. Can we do 12.3 and 12.5 together?
Nope.
No? Okay, I'll make a motion to approve
I made that
12.3.
mistake once, not going to do it again.
Got it. I'll make a motion to approve 12.3.
Thank you. Second? I'll second it. And a vote, and this is for 12.3 only. Okay. We have 4 ayes, and Hill is a no. All right, and on 12.5, a motion, please, for 12.5.
I'll make a motion to approve 5.
And a second, please.
I'll second.
Thank you, and a vote. Oops. What did I do? Oh, there it is. Oh, I'm sorry, I hit it too fast. I apologize.
So the motion and the second were by whom?
The motion was block the by Thomas, and now we can start the vote. I'm sorry, I hit it. I must have hit it twice. I apologize. Oh, crap, I missed that the first time. Yeah, we'll do it. Sorry. Member Anguiano, did you vote? Could you? 12.5, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, ayes and 2 noes, and that was Anguiano and Hill. Okay, and I'm sorry, we have to do 12.7 also, which is the K-12 Workforce Pathways Coordinator LEA host contract with Loney.
I'll make a motion to approve 12.7.
Thank you. Second?
Second.
Thank you, and a vote.
Sorry, what are we voting on?
12.7.
It was
Because I missed it the first time. I was just on an even number roll, I guess. Gabe, it doesn't look like you voted yet. Thank you. All right, 5 ayes. Okay. Whew. All right, consent agenda. Non-personnel items. There's only 37 of them. We're so lucky tonight. We have, just to keep things in perspective, we have just over a half an hour. In the, let's see. Cindy, Ms. Parks, you have 13.6, 13.10, 13.25, 13.30, 13.38. 32. Did I miss the 32? All right, so 6, that's about 12 minutes.
So,
What?
so given that there's a number of items and many of them have important impacts, do we have the ability to identify ones that maybe we want to discuss and table those for the next meeting?
I guess the question I would then ask Superintendent is, which ones are critical to us addressing tonight?
I would say the majority of them are important that we have on here tonight because it really impacts the beginning of the school year and making sure that we are able to get services put together for the store for kids. And much of this is with regards to the LCAP and the function of the district. And so,
Okay, so I think we need to just be as quick as possible.
Okay, so 13.6 is the contract with Axiom for the SARC. This contract is dated July 25th, 2025, and it says that it's for the 25-26 school year. But there was a check that was issued on May 14th of 2025 to Axiom. You don't have your May purchase orders, so I can't go back and look at it. You just got your April purchase orders on June 11th, so you're running a little bit behind on your purchase orders. But I guess my question is, first of all, I don't know why those reports are being delayed, but why is this $10,000 contract first of all on its own? Normally they would go with the monthly, quarter, or the quarterly contracts. But the second issue is that this contract, why is there in your warrants today, in your warrants that you're going to be approving, a check for $9,500 dated May 14th, sorry, May 14th.
I think we can address.
We were just billed for the 23-24 SARCs.
So
that was just paid in services for 25-26 SARCs.
So you've been contracting with them before, but it never had, there's only these two items. When you put their name in board docs, they only come up for the check, the warrant, and for this. So when did you use them before?
We use them in the 23-24 school year.
They produced our SARC data for this past school year. I'd have to go back and see why the contract didn't appear in the contracts for the quarterly reports, because it should have been there. It was within our citing authority and should have been one of the quarterly reports that came forward. So I'd have to go back and go take a look, Mrs. Parks.
Okay. Then the MGT contract, this contract covers the purchasing and procurement.
Let me restart your time.
MIB.
Okay.
This contract covers the purchasing and procurement manager position vacant since February 20 of 24. It's reported that an individual in Texas performs this role. Between April and October of 2024, you have paid them, they had billed you $212,000. That was for the fiscal support. What will be invoiced between October and June 30th? How does the district plan to recruit permanent staff to reduce dependencies on these expensive service contracts? That's it for that one. That's what these that's the theme here. It's the 13.25 is the amendment to the school leaders contract. On May 6th, the board approved a $38,200 contract for the interim CBO. And if you'll remember, I looked at all of you and I said, I don't want $38,000 for 2 months. And you were back here again. 50 days later, no CBO has been hired. An additional $75,400 contract is before you this evening. Will this contract bring the same individual who previously separated from another district over a $7.25 million budget discrepancy? Please evaluate if this is the best course of action. That's the end of that one.
Okay.
Reset me.
Alrighty.
Okay, 13.30 is the April 15th meeting minutes. I don't normally review the minutes, but I did this time, and it shows on that meeting me speaking during public comments, which is at the very beginning of the meeting at 8.2. I didn't speak at 8.2. I speak as I did this evening before each item. And I've never seen where the speaker isn't captured when they speak, and especially if somebody were to want to go to the YouTube video, they would be looking at the very beginning of the meeting, and I'm not just speaking for me, if anybody's looking to hear what I have to say, it has nothing to do with that. It's about procedure. Just wanted to throw that out there. So to me, when the speaker speaks is where it should be captured in the minutes, my 2 cents. start over. 13.32 is the contract with Beth Figueroa. This consultant is providing services for the account technician support. She resides in Tennessee. She has a full-time job with the Tennessee Public Charter School Commission. And how does the district plan to recruit, challenge, and reduce these out-of-state consultants? You need to get your own people here. This is insane that you're dealing with all this stuff virtually. That's it for that one.
Okay.
Then 13.38, the contract with Lozano Smith attorney firm for 25-26. With the increase in services of this contract is for $200,000 is allocated for the 25-26 school year. I just want to know if that's a realistic amount, because on your last agenda, you had the PO, like I mentioned earlier, for April, and on that PO, it showed a $699,000 PO. So what's the more realistic amount? Was that a typo? So if you're going to approve a contract for $200,000, I think it needs to accurately reflect what you think the services are going to be for the year. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Board members. Sure.
So I think we're going to have a lot of conversations about these consultants and the contracts and things like that, and that's all well and good. But I did want to pull the bell schedule because I've heard from over 20 different students in the last 24 hours, and I think we owe it to them to have a conversation about something that's about instruction. Like, we have had a lot of good conversations today, but we haven't really talked hardly at all about instruction, which is really part of the core of our mission. So I've had parents, I've had over 20 students, right? They've reached out, and universally people are opposed to the elimination of pause. And I think they make a lot of really good points. I see that an intervention plan has been created for next year that primarily involves the use of before, after school, and lunch interventions. And as I think a lot of students have very eloquently said, that doesn't work for all students. The other thing that's been mentioned is that the block periods have been extended to 1 hour and 52 minutes. And as a teacher, I can attest to the fact that at the end of a very long block period, kids do not want to make up a test, and it's logistically very challenging for a teacher to manage while also supporting other students. And so I think the elongation of the block periods is not an adequate response to make up for the lack of pause. I understand there's been a lot of issues around kids roaming campus during pause, and for a lot of students, pause is not working, but it seems like it's throwing the baby out with the bathwater to just eliminate it entirely when so many students clearly are benefiting from it. Now, are there a lot of students who are not benefiting from it? Absolutely, but that means that pause needs to be fixed, improved, changed in some way rather than simply canceled, leaving a lot of students in the lurch who rely on it, as we very eloquently heard, for catching up on tests when they're gone for athletics games, who rely on it to get one-on-one support from teachers, who use it for club meetings. It just feels like a very extreme solution to eliminate pause entirely, simply because there are discipline issues associated with it. We have it here in Fremont where I teach, and yes, it has its flaws. We have the same issues of kids ditching and not using the time well and things like that. And you know, kids will be kids, and I think that's something that, you know, can constantly be worked on and improved. But we've heard from over 20 students who are during their summer break coming to a board meeting and speaking up. Like, that's amazing, right? That our kids are so civically engaged. They're showing up on June 25th after school's been out for 3 weeks to advocate for this. Like, I think that says something. And so I think it's something that we really ought to reconsider to make sure we're doing right by our Memorial students.
Member Hill. You were
As
next
someone
on the
very
list.
wise once said, retrofit, don't redesign. I think we shouldn't throw the baby out in the bathwater. And at my school, we also have our own version of pause. It's called tutorial. And yeah, kids ditch, but I think we just need to fix it, right? I don't think we should eliminate it.
Member Agungado.
I just echo with my fellow trustees just mentioned. I think that the pause program, it fits most of our children. As you know, most of the students that came up, there were 2 sport athletes, their leadership clubs, and they don't have the time. Many of them have a period to come in to not miss more time in the afternoon. So the after-school program, it's really not meant for them, for the reason being that it's really tough already, and it becomes a burden for them. So I agree. I like the idea. It's just a revisiting, restructuring, if needed, the program itself. But just to make sure that we're all on the same page, that the teachers, the staff, that they're also taken in consideration. We need to survey them and also get feedback, input on how they feel about the programs as well.
And something to add to that, Member Anguiano, is that the staff were surveyed about their thoughts on pause. 2 votes were held, and in both cases when staff were surveyed, a majority voted in favor of keeping pause. And I understand the response rate the second time was much lower, when it was only 14 yes to 12 no, but the first time was, I forget what the number was, 34 in favor and 12 against as well. And so it seems like the majority of the staff approves of it as well. It seems like there are 12 staff members who are opposed, and I'm sure they have good reasons and they're frustrated by certain flaws in the program, but staff have been surveyed, and it seems like at least the majority have voted yes in favor of it.
Superintendent?
Yeah, this was a discussion that has occurred throughout the year in Dr. Murphy's faculty meetings that he's had with the team. There have been surveys that have been done. There's also were concerns that were noted by a number of individuals. But that, as we look at student discipline, we've had issues with student discipline on that campus. Many of the fights have occurred during that pause period when kids are not where they need to be, which means that they're not in school with a classroom teacher and they're not engaged. That's the majority of our kids, and that's where the concern is. I think the initial idea of pause was a really good idea. I've seen it work effectively in many of our school districts, including ones that I've been in prior. Administration was begging for support throughout the last couple of years to try to get teachers to get students to sign up for pause, and it has not worked well. So the model is pretty well broken. They want to be able to take this year to be able to put, so to speak, a pause on pause and really come back with something different that will be effective. The other thing that's actually ended also is the teacher MOU. It ended will end effective June 30th of this year. So that MOU is not in place. I will share with you that the leadership team, which is made up of teachers and administration, the leadership team did do the survey. And I need to go back because I think I read the survey different, where it says it was 46 and 34 in favor and not in favor. I think it was in favor of letting go of pause. Maybe I misunderstood that, but I thought from what I read in the survey report, I don't know that I'm not so sure that I'm reading the question correctly here and how it was answered, because I believe the question was, should we discontinue pause? So I believe that's what the question was. There are a number of staff members that did not show up for these meetings, that have stated they want to be able to keep pause, but they have not been actively involved in the faculty meetings that they've had when this information has been presented. So that's also a concern. So we're not getting enough of the voice, especially for those that want to be able to keep it. It's been the responsibility of students and teachers to remind students to sign up for pause, in which for the classes that they were attending, there were regular email reminders that went out to students. And consistently, approximately 400 students were signed up to attend, and 800 all year were not. So you need to think about the number of students and the fact that they weren't learning and their time wasn't being counted for being learning time. So it is concerning. I did hear what the students had to say. I think it's up to the site now at this point to work on what those other intervention measures would be. I do think they need to come back and they need to revamp. There were a number of walkthroughs that were conducted this year where we looked at what students were doing during that time period. It included them sitting on the floors, talking with their friends, using their cell phones. They were not doing work. They were doing it was like an extra free time. And I don't think that was the intention of what pause was supposed to be. We do recognize that the athletes who did participate in pause during their designated season However, once the season concluded, it was noted that many of the students were out there wandering around when their season was done. They weren't back in the pause section, they were out on campus. There was a lot of observations that was done this year. It was something that they had considered for last year to go off and discontinue, and we wanted to go back and go monitor it. Some of the supports and intervention opportunities that we need to think about is after the last dismissal bell, in the afternoon, teachers are on campus for an additional professional work hours to provide tutoring and intervention support. We have a block schedule that includes 112 minutes per class for students to receive the one-on-one support and small group instruction after content has been taught. So they have built in some things, and I think the ILT team took a look at that. This is before you this evening. It is of time consideration. We did go back to the auditors to make sure that the minutes worked appropriately for what's required for the instructional minutes. It's tight. It was tight last year with the pause section. At least now we know where students are going to be and that they are assigned to a class.
I'm wondering, Superintendent, if there's maybe a really easy solution to this, and this is what they do at my school. So we don't do scheduling. We tried to do scheduling during COVID. It was a nightmare. At this point, the rule is during what we call tutorial, here we call pause, that you must be in a classroom. And you have a 5-minute passing period and you have to go to a classroom. There is no wandering around allowed. And they have campus monitors that are walking around. And if they see somebody outside of class, there are consequences. And so then that avoids the whole scheduling issue. Everybody knows, is that going to prevent some kids from walking across the street and go to the mall? No, but we can't control that even during regular class time. So I'm wondering if we made that modification, whether it might be more workable.
I believe dropping pause was also brought up at the WASC review.
It was.
As well. And that was something that they said was a good thing to look at, to relook at.
I think the one big barrier that's sitting out there with the solution that Member Hill has, and I think it's a good solution, but I think it requires for us to have an MOU with the teaching staff, which has expired. And so we would have to make sure that teachers understand that they don't have an opt-out kind of a situation, that they are going to have students assigned to them. I don't know that you couldn't do that, but they would have to have students all assigned to them to be there. Mm-hmm. And so they may not be getting the support systems the way how it was designed to be with a teacher that would be able to impact what their learning is. So there wouldn't be that type of a structure that would come around. It may be one of the solutions that comes out is they go back and they study this together and they look at, what are the needs for students, but I don't know quite how that would work.
I believe that is the current expectation right now, that all students are supposed to be into a classroom, and it's just not happening.
When 2/3 of them aren't showing up for a classroom, that's a significant number.
Wait, so do we know? So is it that there are 800 students wandering campus at any given time, or is it that they're not signing up for an appointment? Are they in classrooms but just not having signed up for an appointment? Or are there 800 students wandering the grounds during pause every time?
There is some documentation that only around approximately 400 students are attending, and then the other student population are just walking around during that time.
There's 800 kids just wandering campus.
Mm-mm. With reminders from administration that students need to be in class, and it's just not happening.
But no consequences?
For 800 students, good luck.
I mean,
it
got to this point somehow, right? So there were no consequences initially, which is what allowed it to spiral, right?
So
no detention.
Given that we have 10 minutes, we have 10 minutes left.
Yeah, I know. We've got 10 minutes.
Member Block, do you want to make a motion?
Well, I'd like to speak up.
Go ahead.
I've walked through classrooms during WASC, and in the time I did it, every single classroom except one had the teacher sitting at a desk and the kids doing everything but meaningful work. Those are instructional minutes, and if we count those as instructional minutes, we are not providing instruction to those students during that time. Pause. I'm the one that says always never redesign, always retrofit. Well, I don't think this program is retrofittable with the current staff and student body at the high school.
Okay. Any other burning issues? Because we literally have.
So I think we're going to have to vote on some individual things. 'Cause there's three things that I would like to pull, and that basically I'm going to vote no on. And so 1310, and I can give you the summary for all three of them. 1310, which is the MGT contract. 13.25, which is the school leaders contract, and 13.32, the contract with Beth Figueroa. And I'm sorry, 13.38, Lozano as well. And so at the end of the day, right, we've just talked about how we have serious budget issues, right? We are spending way more than we have coming in, and we are headed towards a financial cliff. And yet, we are spending money hand over fist with consultants and services, and we don't even have a breakdown, but I think if we went and looked at this, that this is probably a big part of that. And we have, and not only is our financials challenging, and quite frankly, they're inconsistent, and the numbers are very confusing. But it looks like we're in big trouble. And we're spending a whole bunch of money solving this, and yet we do not have a leader in place. And it is fill in the blank backwards to be going and hiring consultants and to not have a leader. And we need to have a CBO in place, and we had talked about this, a couple of months ago, and it hasn't happened, right? And so I'm voting no on all of this because we need to put pressure to get a CBO in place, and then that CBO needs to start hiring people. We got to stop doing business with consultants. And so that's my 2 cents on those. And if we want to vote on them individually, if we want to package them up as a bunch, but I'm not voting for any of that stuff.
Can I get those numbers? It was 13.10.
10, 25,
32,
and
38.
So, and I vote that we vote for those together. If everybody else is okay with that, that would be my recommendation, and the rest of them.
I'm going to vote no on 3 out of the 4 of them, but so maybe we have to take them individually.
Okay.
Which one do you want to take out, Nancy?
Lozano.
Okay, so take that one out. Then let's just include the other ones.
Okay. All right, so if we take a vote on 1310, 1325, and 1332. 10, 25, and 32. Is everybody okay with taking a vote on those 3 together?
Yes, I make a motion to vote on those 3.
Okay, motion Hill. Second?
I'll second.
Aguiano. And vote. Oh. Okay. I mean, not that I disagree, but I also know we need the stuff, but I don't care. All right, so that doesn't, those 3 do not pass. Okay, so 4 no's. All right, let's go back to 13.2 through 13.9, 13.11 through 13.24, 13.26 through 13.31, 13.33 to 13.38.
Can we vote separately on the bell schedule, the 1333?
Sure, we can vote separately on the bell schedule.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm just going to do a motion and a second next to the ones that are Okay. Let's do that one first. Okay, so 1333, the bell schedule. Do I have a motion?
That we vote on 1333.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Okay, and vote.
Wait a minute.
What?
What are we voting?
To do the bell schedule the way it is without pause.
Vote is whether or not to approve the bell schedule.
Whether or not to approve the bell schedule. Approving it means pause is gone. Not approving it is, it stays. All right. So it does not, it stays, I guess. So pause stays.
All of it.
Wow. Okay. I hope the master schedule isn't done because it's got to completely be redone now, right?
Mm-hmm.
That means,
I mean, if a modification is made soon.
all right.
I don't even know if that can.
I don't either. I honestly,
I've been asking questions about this for months now. And we're hearing loud and clear from students. Like, I brought this up.
But you heard, yeah, you heard from a very small elite group of students.
And so many of
That's-
them are athletes who are missing instructional time because our athletic program pulls them out for the previous two, or the last two periods of the day. Oh my God, it's broken. It's been broken for years.
So could I make a suggestion? We have 5 minutes. If we need to schedule an emergency meeting to address with this, I would say we schedule an emergency meeting.
Yeah.
But let's try to finish up with the other votes.
I'll withdraw my motion, but what I want to say with this is just that I feel like the intervention plan that is developed in its stead is insufficient and doesn't meet the concerns that students have been raising. So I'm willing to re-vote on this and not blow up the master schedule. That's not worth it to cause massive destruction. But I don't think the intervention plan that's been identified to replace pause is sufficient. And I think a lot more needs to be done to make sure that we are providing students with the academic support that we need. I read what is going to go in place of pause, and I don't think it's going to work nearly as well. And we're seeing what seems like positive trends with regards to our academic outcomes, and it seems like to fundamentally change a schedule when things are moving academically in the right direction seems like a major risk to me. So I'm happy to do a revote, not blow up the master schedule, but I'd really like us to make this a priority for next year, that we figure this out for the benefit of our students, because if academically things are moving in the right direction and then we completely rearrange the entire calendar in spite of that, maybe we reverse those academic gains for next year. And that's a real concern that I have. So if we want to revote, okay, let's revote. I don't want to blow up the whole, master schedule if that's what it's going to do. So.
You have to rescind
All right, I'll rescind my motion, but I want to make a clear statement that the focus on intervention needs to be like extra going into the next school year, knowing that this period is gone, that provides benefits for hundreds of students. I just think it needs to be an extra priority to ensure that the academic gains we're seeing at Memorial persist and continue into next year rather than reverse.
Member Block, I just want to say I'm getting text messages from one of the vice principals appreciating the stance. She would have to start from scratch. Otherwise, with the master schedule, there is no time. There is dedication to come back with a better intervention plan to present to the board.
Then I'll rescind my motion.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a vote on rescinding the vote against the bell schedule. So this is to rescind. Okay, 5 ayes to rescind.
I move that we approve the bell schedule.
So could we just approve everything? Can we
Oh,
Can we make a motion to approve everything except 13.10, 13.25, and 13.32, since that's what we already voted on, since we have 2 minutes left, and we
Okay.
got to make a vote?
Okay, it's good.
so Member Hill makes the motion. I'm sorry, what?
I'll second.
Okay. Nancy, I need you to vote.
Oh, I'm out the door already.
All right, 5 ayes. Rest. All right, let's see. I think we're going to just have no concluding remarks from anybody at this point, because we need to get out of here. Please pick up after yourselves. If you can help clean up anything else, that would be great, so that we can get out of here in the next 15 minutes before we're locked in for the night. I don't think anybody wants to do that. I adjourn at 11:29.